Mr. Township Attorney. Mr. Township Attorney, can you read the open? Well, I can just read the Open Public Meetings Act statement.
Thank you, Mayor. Got it up, Mayor, if you'd like.
I got it. I'll just do it. The notice requirements of the Public Meetings Act have been satisfied with respect to this meeting of the Township Council. Meeting time and date were included in the public meeting notice, along with the public internet link and telephone call information, including the meeting agenda, was posted to the municipal building and sent to the official newspapers of the Township, the Verona City Grove Times, and the Star Ledger, at least 48 hours preceding the start time of this meeting. Public comment period will be held in the order it is listed on the meeting agenda, and instructions on how to comment will be provided at the appropriate time. Mr. Alloy, I will ask you to call the roll.
Sure, I'm going to go the order of my screen. So Councilwoman McGrath.
Here.
Councilman Roman.
Here.
Deputy Mayor McAvoy.
Here.
Mayor Tamboro.
Here.
And Councilwoman Holland.
Here.
Mayor, everybody's in attendance as well as myself. And as you know, the clerk will be joining us shortly. And I see both our manager, just our managers here, right? I don't see the deputy.
As well as various members of the police department and the fire department.
That's correct.
This time I'll ask everybody to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right. At this time, we're going to move right into unfinished business. This is a special meeting for the council to deliberate regarding the public safety complex. The chair will recognize Councilman Roman.
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to inform you that I intend to recuse myself from this discussion as I own property that is immediately adjacent to this parcel. So I would like to ask to be demoted back down to a public member for this meeting if I could.
Thank you, Councilman Roman. Mr. Manager, could you already did. I think we've disappeared Councilman Roman. Okay. In order for the point of this meeting is for the Township Council to be able to have a conversation with our Township Manager, our architect, and representatives from our police and fire services in order to better understand the building, discuss the needs, different points of different rooms, costs, and all of those things that will affect decisions made related to this public safety complex. In order to do that, I am asking the council to engage in a parliamentary practice called meeting as the committee of the whole, which simply allows us to have a more conversational meeting. We do not take any official action as the committee of the whole, but it really just allows that back and forth to exist so we can all communicate with one another, more like any normal meeting that we would have. I'll still facilitate the meeting and call on people as much as I can. There'll be some times where council members won't need to be called on, and that has been stipulated in an email, but would somebody make the motion to meet as the committee of the whole? Well, I guess I'll make the motion. Would somebody second that motion to meet as the committee of the whole? The deputy mayor seconds.
Second.
All right. Just for the 4 council members, just all those in favor, just raise your hand if you are in favor. Okay. And there are none opposed because we don't have any hands left. All right. At this point, just for the public edification, our agenda is as follows this evening. We will hear from Mr. Messineo from Solutions Architecture, who's the township architect for this project, and from our township manager. At that point, the council will have the opportunity to ask some questions. I will be calling on council members. We're going to rotate who gets called on first and so on, just to make sure it's fair. If a council member asks a question to one of our experts that is joining us tonight, and they have a follow-up question, that council member can just ask a follow-up question to that response. And you can really continue asking questions of the Mr. Messineo or the manager or whatever, or whomever, as long as you need to, just to have that conversation. If another council member wants to address a point related to a point that you've brought up, I'm just going to ask that council member to raise a hand to be recognized. A virtual hand would be helpful if you're in the middle of a conversation, just because people are moving on Hollywood Squares here. So just let me know if you have something in there, and we'll recognize you on that. At that point, once those comments are done, members of the Verona Police Department will present on specific items in the plans that relate to the police department. And after, we'll do blocks of rooms by blocks of rooms. So we'll talk about everything in the processing area at once, and then we'll move on to the patrol area, the dispatch area, etc. Just so we're not going one room by the next. And once again, we'll go through with questions and answers and have that discussion. Members of the fire department will then present their portion of the facility, followed by questions, and then there'll be some discussion. Any council member can bring up any items. If a member of the emergency services has a point that they have written down that wasn't necessarily a question that comes to their mind, they should feel free to also raise a virtual hand to be recognized. So you can point out as well, we don't want this to be a one-way conversation. If something comes into your mind, feel free to bring it up later or at the end of when your group is able to present. And we'll have a discussion at that point. It is unlikely that we'll take any official action this evening, but because we want the building, what it turns out to be, whether it's whatever the concept ends up by being, that's really what we're discussing at this point is the concept and the costs associated with it. But if anybody wanted to potentially remove something from the project or make a change as a council, I'm going to ask for a motion, which wouldn't really be official action because this is deliberative, right? So I'll ask for a motion to do that, just so we can make sure that we have a consensus of the council to do that. Otherwise, if one or two council members say something and it ends up by changing the plans, it may not fully be representative of what the entire council wants. And those will just be, we can do those by hand motion or by voice, depending on what the person making the motion wants to do. And then once all that is concluded, we will have an opportunity for public comment on anything anybody wants to discuss. Obviously, we'll ask the public to try to focus your comments on the facility. After the public comment, we'll have the opportunity for the experts in those areas. All the public comment will happen at once. I've asked the fire and police and management and architectural representatives, as well as the council members, to record questions and items as they happen. Because we want to have a cross dialogue, and then we'll respond to all of those things again, and answer those comments. There may be a need for executive session at the conclusion. That'll be up to the township manager or any council member who wishes to go into executive, discuss an item that is not public, that is related to legal items or anything like that, to bring up, and we can have an executive session. That is the procedure for this evening's meeting. I appreciate everybody going along with it. This is one of the first times that we've had a larger meeting like this in order to have one of these conversations. So we certainly ask the public to bear with us as we do this. And really, we are working in the interest of the public here to try and make sure that everybody is fully understanding all of the requests so that the council can continue discussing this process in the future. Does anybody among the panel of 16 have any questions about the procedure of the meeting prior to us going? Councilwoman McGrath.
Thank you. The only thing that gives me pause is the concept that we tonight would be talking about removing any aspects of the building. I do think tonight is a evening of learning. I love this panel, and I want to thank everyone for taking time out of what is typically a very slow month and a busy month with vacations and spending time with family to be at this meeting tonight. But I do have a little pause in your process in terms of taking any hand votes, because again, I did not think we were taking any official action this evening. And also, I would really like to hear from the public and really marinate on everything that we discussed tonight before we go in a direction of making decisions on the building. So that's where I have some pause with the process that you've outlined. I'm really excited to get into it, but I don't think I'm ready tonight, and nor do I think it's a little premature. There's a lot of new information that we haven't seen, so I would love for us to keep it discussion only and then maybe save decisions for a future official meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I said, that would only come up if a council member wanted to bring something up. And as I think I pointed out in my email prior that this was not the only time to do that. So if no council member brings anything up, then there's no vote to be had, right? And I tend to agree that having some time to discuss, but if there, for some reason, we had a conversation and a consensus appeared on doing something that everybody agreed on in the meeting, there's no reason not to take action. If everybody's in agreement, we just need to record that everybody's in agreement. So I do appreciate your comment then. We'll just move on with that.
And Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Ms.
I know you said it very clearly earlier, but the councilwoman, you both kind of indicated that maybe action would be taken today. Just to be clear, it's not action. Even if the council does vote, it's more direction to the administration that, hey, we'd like to see our plans tweaked in this manner for further consideration. But this meeting is not a meeting in which any actual official action will be taken.
The only official action the council can take on this building is approving it or not approving it and dealing with the financing of that. So that's why we're meeting as the committee of the whole, which prevents us from taking any official action. So everything that we're doing here is deliberative for that reason. So
great. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
So we'll get right into it. At this point, we will turn the meeting over to Mr. O'Sullivan and Mr. Messineo.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I know Frank's prepared some materials to present this evening. I think his materials will provide some additional context on the overall project. It will help provide some benchmarking and comparisons, and will provide some additional explanation on the breakdown of costs and next steps that need to be taken. After he presents on those items, as he suggested, we will pause and be able to answer any questions on that, and then we can get into the building and the next parts of the discussion. But having said that, I'll turn the meeting over to Frank. Frank, you should have the ability to share your screen at this point.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Council, first responders. I am going to share my screen. I don't have permission. I need to get permission to share the screen, Kev. It's saying only the host can share. You're muted, Kev.
Try it again now.
I got it. Okay, perfect. Can all of you see the screen that says Council Project Review?
We can. At least I
Okay.
can.
Okay. So let's continue. I want to just kind of go through some things briefly. I want you guys to have an understanding of, that everything that was designed here wasn't something that we thought of. Does anything that is designed for a modern police facility in 2025 is expected to have functional spaces that meet operational needs. And a lot of the guidelines come from the International Association of the Chiefs of Police, as well as state regulations. Same thing with modern fire station facilities. They have their own required spaces. They follow NFPA standards and best practices from other volunteer departments. So, these designs have come from a lot of the data and a lot of the information that comes from those sources, including as far as the police department, NJAC 10A34, which is the guidelines for detention, proper cell construction, sally ports, and aligning with those guidelines. So that's how we got to this point. When we start to add modern features like shared emergency operations centers or fitness gym and wellness and resiliency rooms, those are what's considered best practices in design for public safety buildings. So that's kind of where a lot of this stuff came from. I'm not going to go over all this stuff, but we know the need. We know the need exists with the deficiencies and the fact that the police building lacks almost, many of the most basic of recommended needs. Same thing with the fire department. It's in disrepair and it lacks adequate space. So from a priority standpoint, you've seen this before, adequate program square footage was our number one priority. Increased efficiency and performance was also a priority, as well as shared program spaces and operational cost savings. When we start to look at the expectations, one of the things I want to make clear to you all is what you're looking at is not a final design by any stretch of the imagination. It's conceptual only. We are providing an idea of what these spaces can look at, and our key focus is and has been to understand those program spaces that are needed as they fit into a general footprint of the building on the site we've designated, and to ultimately prepare a budget and the building for cost approval. However, once approval's received, we'll be conducting meetings with the design team, architects, engineers, the departments, police and fire, the administration, to design each individual spaces, looking at needs, finishes, furniture, equipment, and the feel of the room. So things are going to change from what you're looking at. Room sizes may shift, things may change. That's what happens during the design process. The same part is that there's going to continue to be increases in cost. So the sooner we get this out, the better we are. Based on our original schedule, when Joe DiArco was here, we wanted to be out to bid by now. So the longer we wait, these numbers have to be adjusted from where they are now, and we want to try to continue while we're in the forefront. As far as next steps are concerned, an RFP is being prepared for construction management firms, which are required due to the size of this project. That firm's going to look at these plans, look at the budget. They're going to make informed recommendations in order to seek and gain greater efficiencies and possibly save money. Site engineering and site design must also advance because there's additional wetlands permits that need to be done, as well as construction plans. The goal moving forward would be to schedule those meetings with the design teams, get a site work package out first so that the site work can start, and then finalize with an architectural design package. So let's talk about some of the benchmarks that we followed when we were looking at the building and building design. So for a police building in New Jersey, based on the number of officers and employees, the typical range per staff is 400 to 600 square feet. Our facility with 21,790 square feet and 47 staff is about 464 square foot per staff, which is at the low end of that range. For the firehouse, this is firefighters and staff, it's 300 to 500 square feet. Ours is 209 square feet for the 34 staff. Per capita, the range for a facility like this is 2 to 3.5 square foot per capita. And right now our building's coming in at 2.69 square foot per capita. So again, right in the middle of the range. While they fall within those benchmarks, the total building size is appropriate. It may be slightly above average, but it's a combined facility in a town of this population, and we're also looking for amenities and long-term capacity so that you're not looking at this a few months down the road. I've included, just by comparison, as far as that square foot per staff, the New Providence Police Headquarters, because that was brought up to us, and that's about 783 square feet per person. So it's a much larger number than where we are in terms of the building they constructed. These are some comparative facility benchmarks. And interestingly enough, there aren't a significant number in our area of combined facilities. So on the left, you're looking at fire departments who are benchmarked. These are, Fairfield was the police building only. It's West Caldwell was a separate firehouse. Cedar Grove, they just built a new firehouse. It's 3,500 square feet. The combined for the per capita is 0.56. So these are numbers that don't quite jive with what we're looking at. And Summit, 32,000 square feet. When you start to look at the individual fire and police, you're looking at 1.17, 1.68, 1.45. So when we look at our numbers and we start to look at the population of Verona being 15,000 and our allocated square footage of the facility to police being 30,875, our square foot per capita is 2.06. And that includes, the shared facilities, the resiliency room, the virtual training room, the dispatch, as well as the fire. Looking at the fire at 10,000 square feet allocated, it's only 0.67 per capita. So when you start to look at these numbers, it slightly exceeds the peers, but due to those specialized spaces and the fact that it's a dual facility. We don't have a lot of dual facilities to compare against. As far as square foot benchmarks, when we start to look at police function, you're looking at about 23,150 square feet, which is 57% of the building. When you're looking at fire, it's 8,410, which is about 21% of the building. Shared spaces are about 5,800 square feet, which are about 15%. And then common areas about 7%. So you're looking at shared and common areas of about 22%. So we looked at that to evaluate whether we had excess there. In a facility like this, combined circulation, lobby, meeting rooms, storage rooms, and mechanical rooms, shared spaces typically make up 20 to 25% of gross floor area for a building. This figure includes common and shared zones. At 22%, the allocation is slightly right in the middle of the normal range. It suggests elements like the courtyard and shared spaces may be tilting that number up. During the design and meetings with the construction manager, obviously we can tighten these things up and address them in more detail. So let's talk a little bit about the program spaces and which are required and which are optional based upon the regulations that we looked at in terms of the chiefs of police, the planning guidelines of the chiefs of police, the Department of Corrections. So the top half of this document, all the spaces that you see listed, public lobby, records, interview rooms, dispatch, briefing, roll call, report writing, all of those spaces at the top half of the sheet are required. And if you look at what's included in the design, the majority of them, with one exception, the report writing area, is included in the design. And the reason that's a no is because that's included in the patrol reporting room. So we're trying to, gain efficiency through one area or another. It may not be a specific call out. Where we do have the continued number of yeses is in the fitness, wellness, training, resiliency, and quiet room, emergency operations center, and the training room, the virtual situation training room. So there's a number of spaces that are optional, but they do lend value to the design. When we look at the fire department and the program spaces versus design, you're going to see that there's a significant number of spaces that are required for a firehouse, but in some cases they may be career firehouses, and we are not that. So, for example, the watch office, which is the first no, it would be for a career department. The administrative offices, chief officers, they're using the officers' administrative room. The day room lounge, that's our ready room. The kitchen and dining, that's our ready room. So we're using similar spaces. Locker rooms, we've adjusted them for the male-female ratio. Laundry, workshop, medical supply storage is currently not needed. So these are things that are not being provided if we went through the programming process. As far as optional, the training room supports drills and it's shared with the PD. Bunk rooms and quiet rooms, we are using that, officer's room, administrative officer's room, if the need arises for overnight standby or office space. The hose tower and drying rack. We have a hose room in the bay area, so we have partial for that. And then the fitness wellness room is also a shared space with PD, and the intent there is just to maintain health and reduce injury. So that's how we got to all of the program elements that are in this building. In terms of size and quantity, there are also criteria for that. Janitor's closets, they typically want to see 100 to 125 square feet per floor of janitor's closets spread out throughout a floor. Our model is slightly higher than that because of the various secure locations we have on this plan. So other things like toilet rooms, there are plumbing fixture counts that need to occur. But with a combined facility, plumbing fixture counts they receive an increase ratio because fire's going to use theirs, police is going to use theirs. There's going to be separate rooms, individual rooms, so they receive a higher amount. So I know there were questions on the number of toilet facilities throughout the facility, but a lot of that is mandated and we don't have a lot of control over it. So that goes into the building and the programming. I mean, we could stop there if you want and see if there's any questions based on what I just covered, and then we can roll into costs. Does that make sense, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, that's fine, Mr. Messineo. If you could just stop sharing for a minute though, so I could
Yes,
see
let me do
graph.
that. Okay. Stop sharing. Bear with me. There we go. Okay, stop share.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Messineo, on any of those items before we continue on the cost piece? Okay. All right, Frank, you can share again.
All righty. Okay. So as we get into the cost projections, one of the things that we've done is we've kind of created this pie chart that shows the cost of the building. So our building, in essence, building construction alone is $25.2 million. It's not a $39 or $40 million building. The building itself, the construction of the components of the building is $25.2 million. When you look at the other costs, you'll see that there's $4.1 million, $4.2 million in site and preparation costs. Now, we have a lot of walls. You've heard us talk about retaining walls and drainage and things like that. We have a sloped site. So that number may be above average for site work for an otherwise flat site, but it is a $4.2 million number. When you get into soft costs include the architectural, the engineering, the legal fees, the construction manager, which is required by the statute because of the size of this building and the cost of the building. You are required to procure a construction management firm. So we included a budget for that construction manager. Soft costs, direct expenses on the project, as well as testing, soils testing, borings, all of those costs are included in that $5.2 million soft cost number. There's also required a contingency. Our contingency varies. In this particular case, you'll see that it's, it could be up to 10% in certain areas on the cost of the building, as well as the cost of other equipment. So we're looking at a $3 million in contingency. That's your money. That only gets spent if there's a need arises during the course of construction. But that money needs to be budgeted for as well. And then finally, we have specialized furniture and equipment. We're dealing with a police and fire facility. We're not just putting furniture, desks, and chairs in. We have gear, we have specialized communications equipment. All of that for a new facility has been calculated into the costs, and we're looking at about 1.5 million for that specialized furniture and equipment. That's TVs, that's radios, that's an antenna on the roof if we need it. Those are things that are all part of this construction budget. So when you look at 39,251,000, that is soup to nuts. That is everything included in this project. You walking away or occupying this building without having to go out and buy TVs to put on the wall, without having you to, get a phone vendor in to set up your phones. So that's where we are in terms of projected costs from that perspective. As you look at the breakdown of where those other costs came from, or where those numbers that you just looked at came from, you're looking at that budgeted construction cost of $30,916,000. So your site is 4.2, your building is 21.2, the specialized furnishings and equipment are 1.5, soft costs, for each of those phases, for each of those areas is 5.2 million. The contingency is that 3 million, and the total cost is 39,251. Now, the construction cost per square foot equates to about $765 a square foot for a job this size. And again, there's complexities to this job. Get the site and the slope site, as well as the drainage issues and the retaining, that increases our costs per square foot for a building like this. The numbers that you're going to see for taxes are all the cost projections are based on a 4.75% interest rate over a 30-year term through the ECIA funding. And obviously, we know that rates may vary by the time the project is actually financed, but recent sales have been under 4. So let's talk about that tax impact. One of the things I did want to make sure that everyone was aware is that at the $39,251,000 number, we were looking at a total cost per year of $349 for the average assessed home in Verona. That equates to $29 a month. For every $1 million of cost in this project, either added or subtracted, you're looking at $8 or 70 cents a month. For every $3 million of cost, either added or subtracted, it equates to $26 or $2 a month. And for every $5 million, it's $48. So this is what the tax impact per dollars of cost is. When you look at those numbers to include this 40,410 square foot facility, police and fire, site work, retaining walls, parking, entry drive, all the necessary upgrades, you're looking at that $39 million project and $349 or $29 a month. And again, the reason for looking at those other numbers as well as they come into play with these is in order to significantly reduce the tax impact or the cost per the building, we would need to significantly remove program elements from this building. It's not about changing a room by 400 square feet. It's about wholesale changes in order to make significant changes in the dollar amounts we're talking about. And so we're done. That's cost. You want to stop and see if there's any questions on that.
Why don't we see if we get any
Okay.
virtual hands so you don't have to do the share, not share thing again.
No problem.
I don't see any, but I do have a question.
Sure.
Mr. Messineo, if we can, just on some of these items, I just want to clarify that with that number, the $761, I think, per square foot, that doesn't mean that if we eliminate 1 square foot from the building, we're saving $762, right? It's very dependent on where that square footage is and what the impact of it is.
You are correct.
I think that's something important. So we can't take the square footage of a room and divide it by, multiply by that amount and say, okay, this is the savings on a room. That is one important just clarification. I want to make sure everybody has. Do you have something to add to that? Because I have a follow-up, Frank.
Yeah, no, that is a very accurate point, because that is only the construction number one. $765 is only the construction number. So if we change a room and the equipment gets changed and the, building components, that doesn't include soft cost contingency and the other numbers associated with that dollar value. So, those are, it's not as simple as that. And removing a first floor wall that's foundation based and removing a second floor wall that's not is a different cost altogether.
The second question I had related to that, you had brought up the site work. Obviously, it's there is a slope associated with the property. And site work on the building itself is certainly more the bigger the building is, right? So if we were to move, let's say, movable items, obviously we can't put the fire apparatus bays on the second floor because of physics and things like that, right? But if we were to say move some of the items on the first floor to the second floor to reduce the footprint of the building, would that have a proportionate decrease in site costs and things like that? Or is it really not that much of a change? So let's say we put a couple rooms upstairs, would that have a much higher savings than not, or something along those lines?
It's a two-prong answer. The first part of it is I don't think that you have the number of rooms that you would need to stack, especially because the first floor is predominantly bays for fire, bays for the vehicle, evidence vehicle garage and the Sally Port garage. So a good portion of the first floor is bays. And obviously, as you said before, we can't bring those upstairs. But some of the other rooms that we've already shrunk the second floor to get more rooms off the first floor. We've pulled rooms from the second floor, and we haven't been able to shrink the first floor because of the elements that are on the first floor. So it would be very difficult to reduce the first floor footprint. I mean, I'm not saying it can't be done, but I don't know that the impact would be as great as you would hope.
Just one follow-up on that. How much do you think of the site work is related to the parking, and the parking needed to be graded versus the building itself? So the building is a little less slope, where the parking is a lot more slope. Is that part of the problem, the parking lots there?
Well, we actually did expand the parking in the back area, and we've managed to, because of the expansion, managed to not create a two-level parking lot anymore. We used to have a two-level with kind of a second-tiered slope. Now the parking in the back, other than that extended section, is all on one level. But yes, the parking does have a big impact because we are putting a large retaining wall towards the back of the site. As we cut down to keep things at a valid level, then, obviously the retaining wall gets higher. That means the construction of that wall is a little bit more comprehensive than it would be if it was only a 3-foot wall.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor McAvoy.
Yes, Frank, I just want to go back. You mentioned something earlier about site work, and you mentioned wetlands. Yeah. I know we did. Can you just elaborate on that? Or I thought we were past that and we had approval.
Yeah, well, yes, to your point, we did go through a preliminary analysis of the wetlands, and we were told that, it's not going to impact the site, but we still have to get the permits in order to build the project. So wetlands permits are still needed. We got an approval to say, yes, go ahead, but you still need to submit for the permitting. That permitting goes when the site plan is completed and submitted, and you're basically on construction, working on construction documents, but that's the next step.
Okay, and as to follow up on what you ended on before about moving rooms.
Yeah.
I noticed, is there a way we can, to reduce footprint, move some of the rooms to the second floor? Because we have a large part of the building that has roof, just the first floor roof, such as in front of I believe it was the meeting room going south. So basically the parking lot side of that, like what, are there any of the rooms from the first floor we can move to second floor?
So if I'm looking at, you guys can see the first floor, right?
Yes,
Okay, so on the first floor,
above the bay, the police bay.
above the bay, this line that you're looking at right here, that's right now the second floor line. We've already cut this back. So the
Yes.
second floor line exists here and here.
But it doesn't come all the way out over the bay.
No, it doesn't. In fact, we've reduced the second floor to not come over the bay. So in order to shrink, even if we moved some of these floors upstairs, we still have the width of this bay and the width of this bay. So we're not going to be able to shrink the building in this direction because the bays are the biggest component. We might be able to lop off a corner in the back and move those two rooms upstairs, but these happen to be, functions for, patrol storage and, the fire, but their equipment. But yeah, I mean, again, Mr. McAvoy, anything can be looked at. It's just when you start to look at some of the larger spaces, we've already cut the second floor back. Originally, this building was a square. Now this building is here, and the second floor cuts all the way back to the stair.
I
But
kind of thought forward on this and thought, like, do we need a big atrium in the center? Like if things shrunk going that way to shift over. And my point of asking if something can be moved to the second floor, I'm thinking like fire department quiet room. How common is it to have a ready room on the second floor? Like those, if they went over, can the building shift?
yeah, I mean, it's not typically common to have the ready room on the second floor. It's typically an area next to the bays. Quiet room, possibly. That although that's functioning, it's no longer really the quiet room. It's functioning as office space, and it's available for overnight, but it is definitely office and administrative.
Okay. All right. I'm going to hold off on questions till I hear from the other departments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman McGrath.
Thank you. I wanted to go back on doing the project kind of asynchronously with doing the site work. So can we do all of the site work if we don't know exactly the building's footprint? I mean, how would that work? Like how much site work can get done prior to us settling on a design? That's my question.
So this site work analysis is really and our adaptation to do site work first is really because we've lost time. So we're trying to make up time. And if we're waiting to design this entire building, our site engineer has a good idea what the building is. As long as we know what the footprint is, a good amount of site work, in fact, most of the site work can be done. And we're talking about detention basins, drainage systems, the retaining walls, footings. As long as the foundation is done, the location of the perimeter walls of the building are known. What happens inside the building doesn't matter from a site work perspective. And typically, getting the site ready can advance time significantly while the rest of the building's being designed. And it's done a lot on big facilities like this.
Okay, and I just want to make a comment. I know you're referencing that we lost time, and I am also frustrated with the length of this project, but I think we have to, that wasn't time lost because of the council. I mean, we went months without seeing
No.
a date. So I just want to say, it's just how the project was led that, time has been lost because we've been waiting a long time to actually get to this conversation. So I understand the need, though, especially considering how costs are escalating. The proposal to do things asynchronously may be smart. Excuse me, I'm tongue-tied today. That may be a smart and prudent way to go forward. But I just want to say that, I understand that, but we still don't have an agreement on the design. So thank you.
Understood. And I wasn't suggesting that it was the council. I was just suggesting that, time is moving.
Time is moving. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Holland.
Thank you. I just want, I recognize that Mr. Messineo, that you still have a few more pages left of your slide. Would it be helpful for you to complete your presentation and then take the remainder of the questions afterwards? Because I do have a number of questions, but they are related to the presentation overall. And so I just wanted to understand how best to do that.
Well, the next phase is really going through the concept, and that would be walking through room by room, as the mayor suggested, with the police and fire commentary on the spaces that we're walking through. So I'm not sure what your questions are about, but if they're before, from the stuff before, if you want to, we
Sure.
want to cover that, that'd be great.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for being here this evening. I do appreciate it. I know it's an abnormal time and it is the middle of the summer, so it's not particularly convenient for most parties. I also just want to acknowledge that I only received your final presentation minutes before the start of this council meeting. So some of my questions are based on some of the feedback that we got from residents, as well as my review of your prior presentations. So I'm going to ask you to at times accord your prior presentation with your presentation this evening, because I think that would be really helpful for me. And I do have a number of questions, and it's not to be argumentative, but it is to just get certain things into the discussion, into the record, in the spirit of collaboration and transparency. So one of the things that, I know that we've spoken to you in the past, and that for the first time this evening, you're presenting some of the benchmarking, but we did get specific resident feedback requesting that you speak about your personal experience with emergency services buildings and projects, such as this. So if you could speak to that a little bit, I think that would be really helpful to level set for the beginning of this discussion.
So, I've worked on a number of emergency services buildings. When I was with another firm, I was the project manager for the Bridgewater Township Municipal Building and Police Complex. It was a disciplinary complex, including courts, fire, police, and we worked on that. We're architect of record for multiple municipalities in the area, including North Caldwell. We did a facilities analysis to do this very same kind of project, either renovate the existing or build new. We've worked in Fairfield. We did a complete 6,000 square foot gut renovation for the Fairfield Police Department in their existing position. And that was after analyzing the ability or need to construct a new facility on an adjacent property. We've done work there. We just completed work at the Essex Fells Police Department. So we've got a degree of experience with projects of this nature, from small to large. This is no different. This is obviously a very big undertaking that includes police, fire, or it originally included police, fire, and EMS. We're using the guidelines available to us and best practices that we're familiar with in order to come up with what we came up with here.
But thank you.
And just one other point to note with regard to the building itself and the design criteria. We had a meeting with the Department of Corrections early on in this project. It's one of the things that we do when we're working on police and emergency services buildings, is we try to bring in the authorities that have jurisdiction over these projects as early on in the design process as possible to get their feedback. And they were, their reviews of our project were that it checked all the boxes. It met all the needs, that a modern, 20 police department and fire department, and at the time it was EMS, would need in 2024, 2025.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful. This is, I think I had already mentioned, but this is the first time I believe we've seen some of the benchmarking materials that you've produced in this slide deck. Would you be able to provide some of those underlying materials in record documents for the council's review? I be really curious. You mentioned the Fairfield facility, and I think that may have been on your list. But I'd be really interested in seeing some of these other facilities and the analysis behind what ultimately got into your slide.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them were taken from local municipalities, so not all of them were facilities that I've worked on personally. So, and there is a resource where we receive the information on those facilities at the end of the presentation. There is a resource guide. It tells you where these sources came from. But whatever I am privy to and the documents that I do have, I will gladly provide to the council.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So in the June 23rd presentation, which ultimately led to this meeting today, there was discussion about, the clear failure of the police facilities to meet basic requirements of the police facilities planning guidelines. There was also further discussion about failing to meet the requirements of the Department of Corrections. Your slides also talked about failing to meet criterion based on adequate space was the quote used. At the July 10th meeting, I had requested a comprehensive document detailing all of the requirements referenced, and I've not received that. And your document also indicated, your prior slides from June 23rd had also indicated that you had performed detailed written evaluations regarding kind of these failures.
Sure.
I see that you've skipped back. I think it's actually your current slide 13 where there's an attempt at detailing some of the requirements. And so on your current slide 13, you appear to be providing a portion of what I had asked for, which would have been nice. I did ask for it over a month ago, but I did receive it minutes before this meeting. But
I'm not sure what slide 13 you're talking to, Councilwoman. Slide 13 in the presentation?
Yeah. So go.
This square foot benchmarks?
No, it shows up as slide 13 out of 26 when I'm viewing it as a PDF. There you go. Nope.
This one.
Yep.
So these are program spaces based upon the International Chiefs of Police planning guidelines.
Okay.
Those are the program spaces that those are. Those don't have anything to do with our, analysis of the facility. But why I switched back to the slide in the beginning is because these are the deficiencies. There is no Sally Port or secure detainee entrance in the police department currently. There is definitely no separation of detainee staff or detainee public. They're mixed. There's no confidential interview rooms. They're doing interviews for domestic violence in the lunchroom. There's no secure.
So I would just like to just respectfully, I can read the slide. I would just like, if I can just stop you for a moment, because I don't want to belabor this point.
Okay.
Where this is confusing is that here you are saying that these are recommended program elements. This is recommended program elements. That's what's on your slide right now. On another page, they're called requirements. It is unclear whether the guidelines are in fact mandates or if they are just strong recommendations, and they may be best in class, and maybe that is the appropriate thing to do. But I really want clarification about what in fact is a mandate and where there are compliance deficiencies. Elsewhere in your slides, possibly on slide 3 or 4, you reference the regulation from the Department of Corrections. When I tried to cross-reference that, it's not actually a reference to an individual regulation, it's the chapter. I would like to understand what the specific requirements are, because if we're going to be talking about how we need to update this facility in order to meet these requirements, you had this meeting with the Department of Corrections. I think it would be really helpful for this council as well as the public to understand specifically what those requirements are, because right now, a lot of the conversation seems to shift between guidelines and recommendations and requirements, and we're not getting that clarity. And I think that would be tremendously helpful when we're considering a $40 million building.
This slide that you're referring to that shows required versus optional is the one that you did point out. So these are the required spaces and the optional spaces are listed below.
So this is where I you still aren't meeting what I had requested on the during the July 10th meeting. Well, hold on. I just want to finish my statement just to say, I'd like to get an understanding, and you don't have to do it this evening. You can follow up, or the township administration can, but I would like to know where those requirements come from. Like, are they specific provisions? Do they come from a specific regulation? I think that would be tremendously helpful. And I did ask for that back on July 10th.
And I want to address that because you continue to say that you've asked for it. I have not been informed that you've asked for anything. Otherwise, you would have been provided with whatever information you're looking for.
And I sincerely appreciate that. I recognize that the township administration and the township manager sat next to me during the meeting when I requested it. So, and it was on the public record, but it may not have been communicated to you. So this is not a personal attack on you in any way. This is merely just me wanting to make sure that we have the documents in the record when we're considering this $40 million building. So I really appreciate your patience and the time that you took to put this together. So I did have some additional questions as well, and thank you in advance for providing those details to me. There was some discussion also about, I guess we'll stay on this slide, in the June 23rd presentation, which again, I'm cross-referencing that because that was the only document that I had when I had time to prepare for this. You had discussed the shared services and the feed-based services. I suspect we'll talk about that further, but here you have them listed as all, essentially those are all of the, or primarily the optional items here. So what benchmarking has been done regarding these types of services, or is it just that there's really not a lot of benchmarking available for these services?
There aren't a lot of benchmarking, but you've seen in the previous slides about the fire departments that training and fitness and training rooms are part of newer firehouses that are being constructed. So there are a few that do have many of these as far as best practices are concerned. They are not considered requirements under the regulations, under NFPA or under the International Chiefs of Police Planning Guidelines.
And so again, there's not necessarily going to be any kind of violation associated with a final building that wouldn't include these facilities. So that's how I'm understanding that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess I'll end my line of questioning there because I think the majority of my remaining questions are going to be about specific groups.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As a before we proceed on to the police side, I think it's important, especially as we engage more deeply in the process, that if council members have any specific information requesting, to make sure to submit written requests so that our experts can point by point respond to any items. Sometimes during a council meeting, making requests can be difficult to respond to. Generally, I like to submit written requests, and I usually get answers to those when I do that. So it might be a good strategy for all council members to engage in really detailing what exactly you're looking for, especially if it's specific documents and things like that. And then I would request that that be transmitted to the clerk and the manager, who can forward it to all the council members so we know what's being requested, and the responses can be forwarded to all the council members as well. And that way we could all track what's going on and get our answers to that. That may be a much more efficient way of doing it. And hopefully we can all stay informed. All right, at this point, we'll turn it over to Chief Kiernan to go section by section, and Chief Kiernan's team to go section by section on the police side of the building. Chief Kiernan.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Chief.
Frank, if you want to advance to the first floor so everyone can see that. Thank you, everyone, for this meeting, and thank you, Mayor and Council. The committee is with me today. We first started this committee 3 years ago. I believe it was April 26, 2022 was the first official meeting with this committee that you see before you. Since then, we have gone over different plans. We have visited almost 10 different police departments that were built within the last 5 years. We were looking for hits, misses, regrets, and successes. I've also put out numerous requests through the New Jersey State Chiefs Association on shared buildings, public safety buildings. Based on the responses, there's under 10, there's more likely 6 that got back to me that had shared space. And I traded information with them and tried to get a hit list of what worked, what didn't work. So we've had numerous communications with buildings that were just recently built, or if they were shared spaces when they were built and what's needed. So the committee has expertise in each room and researched each one extensively. And basically everything you see here is not only from the International Association of Chiefs of Police for buildings, but it's also Verona centric on what we need, what we use regularly. As far as the first floor that is up on the screen, I'll take questions if someone has them based on some of those rooms are self-explanatory. I'll start to go through them. Processing again is DOC regulated, so there's not too much to expand on there. That is a closed off processing area, which we don't have now, which is part of the guidelines. We walk detainees through an area where we also interview people currently. So this is set up as per the guidelines. I'm just scanning through it. Dispatch, we have potential for expanding, taking over dispatch. Regional dispatch is something we're looking at towards the future. So we did factor that in, and that could even become bigger as we get closer to a plan if this were to be approved. When you see things like a soft interview room, those are requirements for victims of crimes as well as domestic violence requirements. That is one area where below dispatch where the people, public would actually be brought into the secure police facility. The report room is out in the lobby, which would keep the public out from the inner workings of the police department. Sally Port is those 6 covered spots. That's a requirement, something again we don't have now. Is there any questions on the floor plan that's before you?
Councilwoman McGrath.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chief, so much, and thank you to the entire building committee for all of your hard work and research and for, walking us through this. So I did have a question on the interview rooms. Obviously I see 3 on the first floor. Could you kind of walk through why there are 3 specifically? They're in different locations. And currently in your years of experience, what would be a scenario where all 3 would be used, yep. This is a cool feature, by the way. I like the neon highlighting. I didn't know we could do that on Zoom. Yeah, so can you just walk through for the average person, why 3 and what would be a scenario or how likely would 3 be used at the same time?
Yes, so the room that is that we are on right here, the private report room, victim interview. So that would be when someone comes in for a report. That could be anything from a fraud report. It could be a dispute report. It covers pretty much everything. Having that room right now, we walk people into our back area where there's detainees and everything else is all kind of merged together in our current facility. This would allow someone to come in. We would give them resources in that while we're taking that report. And it would also be in the privacy. Some things are confidential, some things are, sensitive in nature. So that would be the main room for someone coming in saying, I'd like to do a police report and I'd like to speak to an officer, which is a regular occurrence. The soft interview room, as it's labeled here, is more about victims of crimes. So anything, again, that's sensitive, from domestic violence all the way up to, a degree crime. What we need to do is, especially with domestic violence victims, we need a interview room and a requirement to call out what's called divert, which is volunteers who will speak and explain options to victims. That room would be for that. That's also an area where the person would speak to the judge. Currently, we have to have them speak to a judge on a taped line. That would be done there. A lot of times, unfortunately, during these calls, the people come in with their children. So that guest waiting could either be for a child, or it could be for the victim's support person who would come in with them. So that is why there's what's called a quote unquote soft interview room, and then the normal report room. As far as in processing, that would be for detainee interviews. There's a requirement for video interviews when you interview a detainee who's under arrest. So we do have that currently. It's mixed together with the other report rooms. But again, if the detectives were interviewing someone or even a witness, it has to be on video. And again, all these rooms would meet that criteria where there'd be video. But that is in a secure area, that other interview room that you see, strictly for detainees or persons accused of crimes.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And then can you go to like the space for the patrol captain? So I see there's a couple offices that also have, like little conference tables. So can you talk about, so people can have a conversation. Can you talk about when you've been visiting other facilities, how you envision an office that's set up like this? Because there's others on the second floor as well.
Yes, most rooms, and we currently have tried to adapt them just out of necessity, do have a small table for interviews. We have 36 officers coming in to see the patrol captain. That's one of the busiest doors in headquarters. An area that the supervisor or an officer could sit down and speak or go over plans, go over reports, critique past incidents. That is just an area where it's a small table where we could sit. We've done that in several current offices that we have, and all the facilities we had, most offices were set up this way.
Okay, great. I think those are my comments for now. When we get through the second floor, I will have some questions about, our storage facilities on the police side, but I think I'll hold them to the second floor. Thank you.
Okay. You do see a secure storage bay in blue. That is for police vehicles. That's multi-functioning room. We impound on average 18 to 20 cars a year, vehicles a year, for evidentiary value. That could be anything from a serious motor vehicle accident where the vehicle has to be inspected, all the way to crimes, whether it be a stolen car that was used in the commission of a crime, whether it be a victim's car, if they were victimized in that vehicle. Currently, we do not have a facility for that. We secure the vehicle the best we can, sharing space with Public Works. But it could be problematic for future court cases. So that's what that holding bay would be. Most of the facilities that were built do have a secure storage area. This would also double for the cars, patrol cars, to work on the cars. Currently, we work on them on the ramp. So that could be anything from a radar unit that needs to be replaced, a camera wire that goes down. Again, every patrol vehicle has close to $30,000 worth of equipment in it. You're going to have things, with numerous drivers and 24/7, you're going to have things that either shake loose or break. So rather than send it out at a pretty high hourly rate to some of our vendors who work on them, we try to do our best to work on vehicles. We'll probably do that maybe 3 to 5 times a week. We're out there turning wrenches on different parts and different equipment on the vehicle to keep it functioning and not lose it from service. So that's a multi-purpose bay area based on our needs and based again on holding vehicles for evidentiary value.
Thank you.
I just, a couple questions, Chief, if possible. The, going back to the interview rooms, I understand the need for certainly the more secure room in the processing area and the victim room. I'm just wondering if it would be possible to, and of course you can't see what I'm pointing at, but the hallway between the police ready room and dispatch, they put a door there or a door by the staircase or something that secures that area off, and then people, who do reports could be brought into that conference room that exists there, just to, lock some of these things down a little bit, because everything's done by key fob anyway, right? And bring people in because you have your restroom facility already there, and stuff like that. But I guess that those restrooms are also shared probably with the patrol officers, right?
Yeah, and dispatch.
In dispatch, so that may not be the right answer. I'm just looking at first floor spaces. I think it's important to look at all of them. Another question I got from the public that is important. There's a question about the Sallyport area, which is this joint area with the police car parking. So we have to have a secure area so we can drive a car in, gate closes, people can't abscond from custody. A lot of police departments just have one garage bay for this. Could you go into a little detail on why having more covered spots is beneficial? Why this is the model that was recommended?
It's basically just maximizing the Sallyport to make it multi-functioning. Would be an overhang where we could keep the vehicles out of the element. Currently during shift change, obviously, whatever the weather is, the officers are going out to those cars. This would just be a overhang that's also secure, obviously, with possible, right now we're talking about mesh walls. Just to keep the vehicles out of the element, make it easier to load equipment in and out. There's a tremendous amount of equipment that comes in and out, including weapons from shift to shift, and also a lot of first aid equipment. So we're just trying to maximize that space from a Sallyport to double as a covered area for vehicles.
Do you anticipate that being able to park at least some of the patrol vehicles inside or on a rotating basis will increase the longevity of the vehicles?
Absolutely.
Okay. Right. Any other questions on the blue part of floor 1? Okay, why don't we move on to Deputy Mayor McAvoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quick, Chief, looking at the bay, the police bay, is it possible that could be incorporated into the Sallyport area?
The problem when we use it as a secure holding area, it's not ideal for evidentiary value if we were to put a car into the Sallyport. And it's also, we intend the Sallyport to be used, vehicles to be in and out of there regularly, especially depending on the weather.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Frank.
Okay,
That's helpful.
moving up to the second floor, Chief.
So on the second floor, I'll start in the upper left. This room would be the Emergency Operations Center / conference room. So it'd really be a multi-functioning room, used more most likely for conference room. The scenario that or the anecdote that I tell a lot is that we recently, the township allowed us to purchase a 5-year plan for body cams, dash cams, and less lethal, as well as training programs through Axon, a partnership with Axon. We were literally meeting with different vendors and salespeople in what we call our squad room, which doubles as a break room, interview room for victims, weapons storage room, weapons cleaning room. It was just a small anecdote that I said, look what we're doing here. We had no other area to meet with these vendors, and we were making a very important and costly decision for the township. So obviously everyone knows the need for a conference room. The Emergency Operations Center, we do not have one. We currently do it on the hood of a car. Just as background, anytime there's a planned incident with more than 250 people, we work on an emergency operations plan for that incident. That's for any type of emergency that would occur there, any kind of accident that would occur, God forbid, act of violence that would occur. The Emergency Operations Center would give us the opportunity to draw up these plans, brief each agency prior to, and then also hot wash the incident afterwards. All the police departments that we visited either have the Emergency Operations Center, or they lamented that it ended up going in the firehouse or rescue squad building. They felt it was better functioning right there in the police headquarters, and in our case, it would be also a firehouse. So that is the conference room / emergency operations center. Moving over to the locker rooms, that is based on our numbers currently, with room to expand with an eye towards the future. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Next down the hall is basically the that small room. I'm gonna turn it over to Lieutenant Chris Shepard, who can explain more about the scenario-based training room and equipment that we have, and then equipment that we'd like to get for this room. Lieutenant Shepard.
Thanks, Chief. First and foremost, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Council, for allowing the Police Department's Building Committee to be here tonight to speak on behalf of the entire Police Department and these rooms that we feel are a necessity for this building. When looking at the rooms for this building, the entire committee really did try to maximize each room and its capabilities. For the virtual scenario-based training room, there are 3 main purposes that this room we will utilize it for. First and foremost, we'll utilize it as a virtual firing range and tactical training area. The room will function as a state-of-the-art training facility and enables officers to train in weapons proficiency, weapon manipulation, shoot and don't shoot situations, active shooter incidents, room clearing, and other police tactics. This will allow us to train in a controlled environment with repeatable scenarios to build muscle memory and decision-making skills necessary to respond effectively and appropriately in life-threatening situations. Secondly, we'll utilize this room as a taser training and requalification center. This room will provide a safe and controlled space for annual taser requalifications, weapon retention drills, and both live and scenario-based exercises. The VPD is currently the only agency in West Essex to equip all of our officers with taser devices, and we have seen a direct impact in their employment since then. However, Currently, we are conducting taser requalifications in a basement hallway in our current headquarters. This is not a safe or effective method or training environment. And lastly, probably one of the most important components of this room is our Axon virtual reality training, which we currently own at this point. In 2023, the chief announced in our annual report that through our partnership with Axon, we are currently utilizing virtual reality-based training for tasers and critical decision-making scenarios. Currently, we do not have anywhere to store, set up, or conduct this training. We are limited to room availability throughout the township and have to pay costly overtime to run officers through scenarios. This room will allow us to use our Axon virtual reality system and conduct constant scenario-based training. Some of that important training includes crisis intervention, conflict de-escalation, hostage negotiations, and routine law enforcement calls from motor vehicle stops all the way to complex missing persons investigations. We'd also be able to train officers in encounters with individuals experiencing mental health crises, individuals with cognitive disabilities, or conditions such as autism spectrum disorder or dementia. Ultimately, this room will not only give us the ability to train our officers more effectively and efficiently, but will improve officer safety, which ultimately leads to a safer interaction between law enforcement and our community. And those are basically the three main areas of this room. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councilman McGrath?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that overview. I do notice that from our previous discussions on this building, including the presentation in June, this room and space has sort of been expanded and to think of multiple uses besides just how it was originally presented, the virtual firing range. Am I correct in the fact that this room's kind of conception has been broadened in this scenario of the presentation?
I'd say yes, and probably my fault for not saying all the other things that we would do there. I think people were approaching me and asking about a virtual range, and then when I'd explain how we already have this program, we have the Oculuses, we have the trainers, it opened some eyes. So it's probably remiss on my part for not explaining it better. So that's why I wanted Lieutenant Shepard, who heads that program, to speak about it so everyone has a better understanding.
Wonderful. So, and I recognize that obviously our current facility is deficient in many, many ways. And thank you for articulating in this particular area where our current facility is very deficient. What I would love as, you know, kind of a follow-up piece to this meeting is kind of, you know, a best case scenario as you are, if this facility were built with this particular room in it, what would be an estimate of hours spent in this room to fulfill your kind of vision for training for the department? And then Chief, in the past, you talked about using this particular room as a service that would be rented out to other police departments. Just to confirm, is that still your vision for this room?
Yes, absolutely. It would be a lot of cross training with our neighboring towns, which we do already, but we would intend on bringing them in. And when I've spoken to surrounding chiefs that we're looking at a building and we're looking at potentially having this virtual room, they're salivating at the chance to jump in with us. This also, we did explain one time, and I'll rehash. There are programs now that would give you the virtual view of existing buildings within the township, whether it be a school or a community center or what have you, where they'll walk down the hallways just like Google Street View, where you would walk down a certain area and be able to look left or right in this virtual training room. And you would actually be training in the school without costs of having a custodian there and cleanup and everything else.
So I think now is the time. I think in the past you may have put together kind of a estimate of what a shared service or what renting out this facility would look like from a revenue generating point of view. I would appreciate, I'm sure the rest of the council would as well, a refreshing of that. And when you said, oh, I've mentioned things to other departments, what we've been asked by residents is whom, and have you actually gotten letters of intent? So I think any sort of documentation of these conversations of, what this model could look like, and what other, if there are references to other towns that have a virtual firing range that are doing this and rent out their facility, I would appreciate that level of detail, because the residents are asking us, what this could potentially generate, just this room. And we'll get to some of the other rooms in a moment. But those were my questions, and thank you.
Lieutenant Giuliano.
Yes, thank you. While my hand was raised, the chief actually touched on it. He's on point. But I really did just want to stress the flexibility of the virtual training. I think it's very, very important that with the virtual scenario training room, it's designed to incorporate the layouts of Verona schools. We could take those layouts of the 6 public schools we have in town and really train with training that's focused on what we do here in Verona. We've been hiring officers that aren't growing up in town. They work hard, they learn the streets as much as they can about the community. And it would just further that training if we can train with our schools and the specific layouts. So you're getting the active shooter training, you're getting familiar with all the schools, and it's just really tailored to us. And that flexibility, I think, speaks for itself. Like the chief mentioned before, the traditional training of going out to the school, reserving a spot, it's much easier with virtual. Costs go down. Officers on overtime, obviously on their days off, have to go out, as compared to virtual training. We're here on a 12-hour shift. We could designate an hour, 2 hours here and there on every tour for each officer to really get hands-on and do this virtual training, where the traditional in-person training at the school is much more limited to us. And that's what I just really wanted to stress about the advantages of virtual.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant, for specifying that. I think if we can put pen to paper on that estimate of time and overtime saved and do the mathematical calculations over a course of a year, that would be very helpful for us and for the public to understand. When we talk about cost savings, let's see if we can estimate it. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Holland.
Thank you. I also appreciate the clarity around the change plans from the June 23rd presentation to today. I did also want to get clarity around the fact that the prior plan that we had seen also identified this as an armory and a virtual firing range. There is an armory referenced on the first floor. Is there no longer need for that? And this is really more accurately describing what the space would be used for?
It was a label, a mislabel, calling that an armory. It was the virtual firing range. It was mislabeled as an armory. That's on our end.
Okay, well, that's helpful for clarity as well. And I can see that the room is changed in size, and it looks like perhaps that was just addressed by expanding the locker room next to it. But as we go through the remaining rooms on this floor, if we could clarify where there were some of those changes, that would be really, really helpful. Thank you.
Fire Chief Policino, do you have a comment on this room? Or
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment in support of this room. So obviously the benefits to the police department are well known and very well explained here. But I think in a wider scope, more of an OEM focus, this room could also serve a huge benefit to the fire department and the rescue squad. With these virtual-based scenarios that Lieutenant Giuliano spoke about with the schools, that could be very important for all aspects of emergency management in Verona, all of our first responders. I know the police and OEM conduct those types of drills hands-on in the schools, but speaking from a fire department perspective, what we'll do sometimes in the colder months when we can't train outdoors is we'll do pre-planning of our school properties, and we'll use Google Images and Google Mapping to kind of overlay them. If we could be able to utilize a virtual training where we could see and kind of be interactive with schools and locations and doorways and utilities and stuff like that. Again, just another way that this room could really benefit all of the first responders in Verona.
Thank you, Chief. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to point something out. Obviously, with the cost of this building, we making comments focus on a dollar figure. I want to go back to when I first got on the council. I was actually invited to FM Brown for an active shooter drill. And thankfully, I was given a pair of glasses for the drill, but I was hit in the face with a rubber bullet. So when I first saw this room getting put on here, I was actually excited for our officers that they can go through it virtually and not have the risk of getting hurt by a ricochet rubber bullet. Like, I wasn't hurt, but it could do some damage. So I was in favor of this room for that one specific reason. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Chief Paulsino, do you have a follow-up? Your hand is still up.
Nope, that's all.
Okay. Chief Kiernan or anybody else, if any council member wants to understand the training stuff better, is this something that you could run them through within like a scenario to understand what you're doing?
Absolutely, at any time. I'll set that up. I'll reach out through the clerk and we'll see what we can do.
Okay. And just one other question on this as well. If there's a virtual firing range component, does that lower the expense in bullets that the and maintenance on firearms and things like that in a year for the fire department or for the police department, or is that separate due to other requirements that have to be done at a standard range?
So the Attorney General guidelines has us live fire twice a year. We would supplement that with this virtual training. We do we have officers who have carry special weaponry that they have to qualify more times a year, and we always try to incorporate some type of exercise within the qualifications to put the officers under stress, better training. This would expand upon that, and it would allow us the opportunity to be more proficient by having more sessions on site, not on overtime, and we could run people through different scenarios.
All right, thank you, Chief. All right, next room, Chief.
Moving over to the classroom, the training room. So the one thing that we lack a bit in Essex County, and especially in the West Essex area, is a training room. It's tough to come by. Most of the training, whether it be mandatory, believe it or not, or optional, which we participate in, and you guys know my spiel on training, it's tough to find the room, and the agency, there's private vendors who run this training, and they're constantly looking for a classroom. So one of the advantages of having a training room for our department is not only for the mandatory training that we run, but it is also for outside vendors who would come in and host classes. And I'll turn this over to Captain Paul Watkins, who is an instructor in various training, not only throughout the state, but throughout the country.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you to you guys on the council. I'll say good evening and giving us this opportunity to share this information. So the training room, it is going to parlay off of what Lieutenant Shepard spoke about with his virtual room. The virtual room's more practical, hands-on. This would be more classroom-based setting. So as Chief stated, yes, there is potential to bring outside vendors in to hold training, but mainly how we would benefit from not just bringing in some revenue in that way, we'd also be saving money. When these companies come in and host trainings, They will give you free seats in the classroom, ranging anywhere from 2 seats to 7, depending on what the company is. And when you look at some of these trainings, they run on the low end from about $100 for a 1-day course to upwards of $2,000 for a 3 to 5 day course, and even upwards of $4,000 if it's a course that meets multiple weeks, 1 day a week, for example. In terms of our own in-service training, a lot of stuff is done supplemented through online-based programs, and that's all well and fine, but it doesn't replace actual in-person training where we can check on understanding, clarity, feedback is present. That's not always the case with online. The state mandates a large level of training for us each year, and it keeps expanding as we go on. And some of these areas that we've been required to train on are workplace harassment, those crisis intervention techniques, suicide prevention, motor vehicle pursuit and use of force twice each year, bias-based policing, legal updates, which are continuously changing week by week, bloodborne pathogens, hazmat, ethics, domestic violence, active bystandership, and again, specific de-escalation tactics that are in line with crisis intervention. Having this space would allow us, as Lieutenant Giuliano hit on before, to bring people in, potentially while they're working, could be a dedicated training day, but it gives us that flexibility. Now we have to rely on when are these courses being held, where are they being held, and we don't have full control of those schedules. What we've been doing now, we have been borrowing space from the community center ballroom, the Firehouse One training room, the fireman's room at the community center up on the 2nd floor, and in the past we've used the annex. It's just not ideal training environments. The equipment is older. The other thing is the rooms are small. And most importantly, a lot of times when we're in those spaces, we're taking away from other programs in town that are using those, such as a lot of the senior programs. We have a lot of talented and experienced instructors in this department. And within our ranks, they can deliver training on a variety of topics within their own officers and department-wide. I talked about the sponsorships and the free classes that could be held. This also, as the chief touched on, training with our neighboring towns, joint trainings, bringing other agencies in, whether or not it's charged or just in conjunction with those trainings, that's going to benefit us and the community as a whole, because we're going to have mutual aid responses that'll be much stronger. Our relationships will be developed, and we'll have people that we can rely on and overall, achieve the mission of our department. Flip side with this, I know that there's an EOC and there's a conference room, but the chief has many meetings each day. He gave the example of that Axon project. Just from a personal side here, we run a lot of different programs in partnership with the high school, be it the capstone internship program. Periodically, we'll bring in college interns. We are continuing to hire and bring on new people because of retirements in this department. A lot of these things are done, again, in borrowed spaces, be it the council chambers, the conference room in the township. The Verona Public Library has been very nice to us, allowing us to use their conference room. And a lot of times it's just not ideal. If we had our own space to sit down, go through our hiring process, engage in our panel interviews. We had discussions through the juvenile officers in town about possible future youth police academies or citizen-based police academies. They haven't gotten off the ground because we don't have the space to operate such things. We have annual crossing guard training that we have to do. We have been giving educational programs out. Officer McGarity and Lieutenant Giuliano specifically have given senior fraud prevention and education trainings to seniors. It could be used for that purpose. We have our police academy recruits. During their 6-month process, they are sent back to us in the middle of that training to go through agency training that lasts a week. That needs to be taking place somewhere as well. Again, you guys have all seen how well trained our officers are, their level of professionalism, and having this dedicated workspace would only take that further. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Watkins. Any questions for Captain Watkins? Councilwoman McGrath.
Thank you. So can you zoom out just a little bit? So this space has been a little changed, I feel like. So, and maybe Frank can address how this space has changed the layout since the last version we saw in June. Can we start there, please?
Yeah, I mean, the layout hasn't changed from June. The room is set up as a 2/3, 1/3, and whole room. So if it were used in total, it could handle this much space. There are sliding doors that would close, and the room could be used as a smaller training room or a larger training room. And where this wall is, I mean, it's nebulous right now. It could be here, it could be in some other location. But the idea is that this training room of this square footage was intended to be flexible. It could be used, for more than one purpose. So it really hasn't changed since our June meeting. The unisex toilets, so to use this room, one would come up this stair. Again, it's a secure corridor. It doesn't involve going into the police station at all. It doesn't involve going into secure areas. However, you come up, you use this room. There are 2 toilets dedicated to this. There is a small kitchenette upstairs that serves that training room. Could also, be shared, by anybody else in the building, but it serves the training room for events and things like that, to refrigerator to house, sandwiches that are brought in, et cetera, et cetera. There is a small administrative copier area, for use for making copies or doing what needs to be done for that training session. When the furniture needs to be stored and the configuration is changed from, general seating like this to a U-shaped room, which is what we may have shown in the last presentation. We're trying to show different areas, but there is storage for those chairs and storage for implements in that room. So those all kind of go hand in hand with the room.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're
One
welcome.
question so my same comment to the virtual training space applies here. So I think there was a draft a while ago, but it should be updated on the mathematics of, potential time saved. I really appreciated how you talked about how you're using a lot of different spaces in town. If we could have like a snapshot of the last 6 months of when that happened, when you use the fireman's room, when you use the ballroom, when you use the library. I think that would be helpful because we have gotten this question a lot from residents. Well, we have a lot of spaces in town. Why do we need this particular wing of this $40 million building? And so how you use those space, how you're currently using those spaces would be great. And then a quantification of, again, free seats. Can it be rented out? A comment was made, I believe, from the chief that there are outside companies that host trainings, and there's not a lot of spaces like this, and they would be interested. Can we get a letter of intent from them that says, if you build this, we will rent it? That's the kind of things I'm looking for as follow-up to this meeting. And then finally, a common question that we've gotten asked about this part of the building is whether or not Verona residents and other nonprofits in Verona can use this training facility and either rent it, or will it be another, like the library and the community center for nonprofits, another space that can be used for free? Does anyone want to respond to that?
I would say at first glance, no. It's more of a secure area, centric to first responder training. Yes, we would be bringing in these vendors who would teach the classes, and outside personnel would be coming in. That's why it's blocked off. But I didn't envision it as that. I would say that there's a lot of specialized training that will go on up there, so I'm not sure, but I'd gladly have further conversations with you about it.
Well, it's a question that the public asked, so thank you for answering that directly, and just something to marinate on as we have further public conversations. The public may have follow-up. Thank you.
Councilwoman Holland.
Thank you. Regarding the training space specifically, some of the questions that I have been asked by residents include discussion of, and this may, I don't know if this is appropriate for police or the township administration, but when we look at the total square footage of the training room, the larger training room, and the associated training space, you're coming close to the square footage currently on the first floor of Town Hall that's dedicated to police. And a question that I've been asked is why that existing space can't be repurposed for the training space or in addition to an EOC or something to that effect. So rather than building new, can we retrofit what's existing there because we are pulling those other services into this new building?
I would let administration talk about what the new, if we were to move, what the new purpose for that would be. The problem with doing any type of training is the problem we have right now is parking. I have no parking for officers. There's no parking for town employees. Everyone knows what it looks like downtown, and especially when school's in session. There's no way that I could have a training room and invite people in and supply any type of parking without negatively impacting the school, businesses, and the surrounding area. So, I mean, I'll definitely speak to you more about it. But I think that it wouldn't be very practical based on the layout of the current police areas that we occupy.
Thank you. And another, I believe we were emailed earlier today from a resident inquiring about training facilities in Cedar Grove and whether or not those are currently utilized or could be utilized by police or fire as appropriate. Could you address that resident's comment as well?
Just to clarify, Chief Kieran, because I don't know if you got the email, I believe the resident was talking about the Essex County Police Academy.
So the Essex County Police Academy is booked solid between corrections classes and recruit classes. There's not a lot of training, outside training and mandatory training that's held at the police academy. Even getting range time is pretty difficult down there. The county's been very good to us. We have a nice working relationship, and we do send instructors down to keep their costs of our training down, and when we send recruits. But again, it's just not really equipped, and they don't offer any outside training. It's rare. Maybe one of my committee members has a better idea of number of outside classes that they do run there, but I'd say it's under one a month.
It's not even, it's less than a handful. They'll run a instructor course for new instructors. They'll run PT and firearms instructor courses for their own, it's for their own benefit as well as ours. But as the chief said, there is just not the room. There is only 4 classrooms in the main building, and you got corrections classes, as he said, and police classes. There's just no room there. If they do squeeze in classes, they try to do it between the police and corrections classes, so that's why it's so minimal.
Mr. Sullivan?
Mayor, I just wanted to come back and talk a little bit about the existing town hall space and the use of this training space for public. I think the idea of having a dedicated training space for first responders is valuable. I think there's an opportunity to reevaluate the existing town hall. We currently have 3 main locations where we have different facilities for different departments. Our current community center is probably overstaffed or overbuilt with tax assessor, zoning, construction, recreation. We have employees that are being fit into retrofitted closet spaces to try to make the correct office space. So there would be a full evaluation of the existing town hall space so we can consolidate a lot of the regular municipal services into a town hall space, but that would be an exercise that we have to run through with an architect and a designer. And ultimately, by pulling the police and having this dedicated training space here for police and fire or other first for rescue as well, even it does free up the spaces in the community center, which are intended for more general community uses. So I just wanted to at least highlight those few points.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Holland?
Thank you. I just wanted to conclude my line of questioning, and I do really appreciate that additional feedback from the administration. I think it's helpful to have that on the record. I guess in terms, just to be briefly responsive to that, I think I'll echo what Councilwoman McGrath had said about getting some of that data about those rooms usage how frequently they're booked, and if there's revenue associated with that. I think that would be helpful as well, because statements have been made about taking away from senior or recreational programming. So I think that would be really helpful. Just one last comment that I've received repeatedly from residents when talking about this, and I'll compliment the team for, you know, taking a step back and really reevaluating the virtual firing range space and looking at that as more of a multi-purpose space for kind of virtual scenario training. I think that's very positive. One of the a significant amount of feedback that I have received with regard to this layout, the first and the second floor, is how much conference room space there is between the training center, the EOC, the ready rooms, and different rooms, and how those could be combined into multi-purpose rooms. Is there an opportunity for a ready room to also be an EOC? Can it be restructured such that we have space savings and efficiencies gained in order to do that? I think when the public are looking at this, they see an awful lot of conference rooms, and there's a concern that a lot of space is not going to be regularly or fully utilized. If that's not the case, then I heard the presentation, and I do think that our staff and our police force is incredibly well trained, and I think you're consummate professionals. If there's then documentation and data that can be provided to the public to show how frequently these spaces would be used, I think that would be a tremendous asset to, you know, furthering this $40 million building. But right now, you know, the feedback that I get from different residents is how much of the space is going to be vacant on a normal day. And last but not least, just because we did mention the virtual scenario training room, after there were some further comments following my last discussion of it, I was thinking more, should it actually be in green if there is an opportunity for that to be kind of a shared space as well? Maybe not, because maybe it needs to be more secured, but I'm noting it right now. It doesn't seem like it's behind a secured door anymore, which it was on the June 23rd plans. It looks like that door is now moved further down the hall. Maybe there's an opportunity too where that can be presented as a shared space. Thank you.
So I would say yes, we would definitely train with the other emergency agencies in town. However, it would have to be PD controlled based on the fact that there's going to be live fire tasers in that room and in storage. There's going to be other different sensitive and police specific equipment, I won't say weaponry, in that room. So yes, we would definitely share the space with the other rescue squad and fire, but we would just want to maintain control of it for those reasons, safety reasons.
Well, thank you. That is a helpful clarification. I did not realize that we were going to be storing that stuff in there further when it was indicated that it was no longer going to be an armory. I had assumed that meant we weren't storing the tasers in there, but that makes sense. And perhaps then we should reconsider re-adding that security door in the hallway.
Yeah, there wouldn't be weapons, firearms, but there are taser training that happens there, and as well as the simunition that is used for those things. And to go back to Deputy Mayor, Captain Wardrobe looked it up for me. Was talking about the active shooter training. We just spent $1,600 on simunitions for our next training. So again, if it was done virtually, we would save money there. Just to go back to that, I just didn't want to miss that fact.
Chief, going to Councilwoman Holland's point on the conference spaces, there's been a lot of discussion about the day-to-day use of these things, which is a valid point. I was wondering if you could touch on, or you don't have to necessarily do it now, but also later, what this building and these spaces would look like during a large-scale emergency situation, right? When the Emergency Operations Center is no longer a police conference room and it's an active EOC because of a hurricane, or some kind of larger scale disaster. And how this room, the training room, the ready rooms for the police and fire would be used during that time, and why or why not could they be combined, considering what might happen in a large scale emergency.
So the ready room for the police department is, traditionally called the roll call room on the first floor. That is where the officers receive direction from the supervisors. They obtained the weapons that are kept in the car, the long arms. They update their emergency response equipment that is kept in the trunk. They update their first aid. They go through their car check, and they're debriefed on incidents here, ready to go on the road. So that's really a police specific room. We do envision it as a multi-purpose room as far as for police. We critique incidents from body cams and dash cams on what we're missing as far as equipment, what techniques worked. So again, that room would be used for that as well. The high top tables, looking at is a concept, it's an idea, but I'm sure it would look totally different if we ever had it. But again, that's a roll call room where officers get their assignments, get their weaponry, get their first aid supplies and everything else that the car needs, and go through their car check. As far as the conference room on the second floor, which would double as emergency operations center, if we had the emergency operations center, that would be with representative from fire, from rescue, public works, building and grounds, board of ed, depending on the nature of the incident. But it would also be a room to meet with when we have a lot of incidents in town, or I should say a lot of events in town, where we could talk about it to mitigate any potential problems. That could be anything from the Valerie Fund to our own events, from Fair and Square to the concert series, to anyone renting or getting space in the Civic Center. That's where that would be. People would be brought in from that. If there was an incident, obviously you would kick off the Emergency Operations Center, and there's a whole protocol for that under Office of Emergency Management. You would also, if you had a full-scale incident, you'd bring in PSE&G sends a rep. Verizon would even send a rep, depending on what the nature of the incident is.
So presumably you can't have an EOC in the patrol room because of firearm storage, right? I think so all these spaces would be, the fire ready room would be used for firefighters responding and recovering from an emergency. The patrol ready room obviously has firearm storage in it. That doesn't make a really good emergency operations center. You would have upstairs an emergency operations center active, and then you have for your core emergency team, presumably, and then the training room could be for your larger team for briefings, things like that, with various people from various different organizations and large groups for operational periods. So I guess my point is, during a large scale emergency, all of these spaces would be active at the same time. And that's just something to consider as we go forward.
That's correct. And I will supply the numbers. The mandatory trainings are number one overtime occurrence. Its highest number of hours is mandatory training that we do each year. It's always a number one. We have different categories in our time management system, but that's always the lead. And any way to cut that and have on-site training would help.
Right, next zone, Chief.
You have your coming down clockwise here. You have your offices. Those are just placeholders with titles. We do have a video editing room. We have an increase in not only Oprah requests but discovery requests for body-worn camera footage. It's basically a full-time job at this point. And a lot of the footage doesn't capture people at their best, and it needs to be edited. But there's anything from foul language to sensitive incidents that the officers are present on. That's why we have a separate room for video editing that people could go in. We have 3 people who work on video editing. We've had over, I believe it's 300 requests for Oprah for video so far this year. And then you tack on any court case, any motor vehicle summons. It's pretty in depth. Any other rooms are just placeholders that, you know, they could look differently. They could be titled different as we move closer to looking at a layout of a second floor. The training area and the fitness area, I'm going to turn over to Lieutenant Giuliano, Sergeant McGuire, Officer Cologne. They can each chime in on mandated training that we have as far as defensive tactics, and then we can talk about the fitness room.
Thank you, Chief. I'll touch briefly on it. Like I said, others are going to jump in as well. You know, the building committee has taken the time over the last few years to research and really visit recently built police departments, Fairfield Police Department, Garfield Police Department, to name a few. And what we're really seeing is that newly constructed buildings are including on-site fitness centers. You know, it's what we're seeing is that towns are looking beyond the perks and really seeing the operational needs of the fitness center, which I'll touch upon briefly, including but not limited to officer wellness, reducing officer injuries, and most importantly, decreasing use of force. You know, touching upon officer wellness, I think law enforcement is really fundamentally different than many professions in terms of physical demands. Officers in the patrol division, which is really the backbone of policing and the bulk of our department, are required to wear an outer carrier vest, which houses ballistic panels for protection, and a slew of other emergency equipment such as body cams, radios, tasers, handcuffs, flashlights, your duty firearm, and many other tools that our officers see fit to have on their persons that they need on them when they're walking into an emergency. You know, it's a lot of gear. It truly is. This gear adds approximately 25 to 30 pounds of additional weight to the officer. And not only is it a lot, they're required to wear all this weight for a minimum of 12 hours, which, you know, can reach upwards of 16 hours per shift should they be held over for a storm or an emergent temporary restraining order application after the court is closed for the county. So 16 hours to be holding 30 pounds of additional gear does take a toll on your body, and we are trying to think about officer wellness. Also, I want to stress the correlation between officer physical fitness and improved decision-making under stress, reduced use of force incidences, and really reducing those officer injuries. I think one of the most critical goals in policing is to resolve incidences as peacefully and safely as possible. While communication and de-escalation tactics are always preferred, and we spend, as the chief mentioned, an enormous amount of overtime money on further training for our department, inevitably there are going to be situations where officers must engage physically with a threatening or active assailant. In these moments, physical fitness becomes a crucial factor in determining how these situations are really going to unfold. Physically fit officers are going to be more capable and comfortable when it comes to gaining and, even more importantly, maintaining control over a subject in these situations, and really reducing the duration and intensity of a physical altercation. When officers are able to effectively use hands-on techniques, this is going to reduce our reliance on higher levels of use of force, such as mechanical force, which is the police baton and OC spray, as well as enhanced mechanical force, which is, you know, your CEDs, conducted energy devices, commonly known as the taser, which we carry here in Verona, and you know, obviously reduced deadly force, which is at the top of the continuum of the use of force. Officers that are more physically capable, and by capable, I mean cardiovascular fitness and strength, are going to be able to maintain physical force for longer. And although necessary and appropriate, they may not need to increase force options. They may be able to stay at the level they are without having to go to those mentioned mechanical, enhanced mechanical, and ultimately deadly force. I just see that there's a lot of benefits to having an on-site fitness center that really go beyond it just being seen as a perk, but being more of an operational need. And I think it's going to benefit not just the officers here, but it's going to benefit the public and really increase that community trust when they see how well trained our officers can be. Thank you.
I would just piggyback off of Lieutenant Giuliano. For those of you that do not know me, I'm Officer Cologne. I'm with the Verona Police Department for about 9 years. I'm also a physical conditioning instructor at the academy currently. I just want to pretty much the importance of having an on-site gym facility. As police officers, we're faced with high stress, high risk situations regularly, which can impact our mental well-being. Exercise can enhance that mental clarity, focus, and emotional resilience. With having an accessible space for physical activity, it can encourage consistent mental health support without stigma. It's also that time efficient and opportunity. As police officers on the patrol division, we work 12-hour shifts, sometimes up to 16 hours, could be long, irregular, and unpredictable, which makes that outside gym access difficult. Having that on-site gym allows officers to work out possibly before or after shifts, maximizing the time use, possibly during shift. Although we don't have a current policy in place that allows officers to work out during their shifts, having an on-site gym facility can allow officers to engage in physical fitness activities during their shifts under a structured and supervised policy. This can promote culture wellness, ensures operational readiness, and allows officers to maintain a peak physical and mental performance without compromising their duty responsibilities as well. And also encourages more frequent use due to the use of access, leading to a better overall fitness. Supports work-life balance by enabling officers to stay healthy without sacrificing. I know in Frank's PowerPoint, it said that it's an optional room. Personal speaking, I think it's a necessity, especially being a law enforcement officer. We're constantly dealt with physical, incidences where we need to have that, I feel like, on-site facility. I would consider it a convenient, I would consider it a necessity to have a facility on site. So that's my personal.
Thank you, Officer Klein. I will add that the contiguous towns around us all do have a fitness room available for the police department. The defensive tactics or CQC training area, I'll turn over to Sergeant McGuire, Captain Wardrobe.
I guess I'll jump in there first. Good evening, everybody. I know it says CQC training area, but if you could really envision that, this large open space is also going to be multi-purpose. It's going to be one, an extension of the gym, and two, it can be an extension of our training facility next door. We could be hosting classes that have to do with searches, handcuffing procedures. That open area is going to give us a space to expand on our training capabilities. They're not going to be stuck in that room, having to move tables and desks out of the way. Hopefully this could be an open area. But as far as our defensive tactics go, in 2018, we invested with forfeiture funds into purchasing 5 6x30 roll mats specifically for defensive tactics. They're not like little mats where your kids do somersaults on. They're more like full-sized wrestling mats. Currently, we have 4 officers who are certified as defensive tactics instructors. The department has invested over 280 hours certifying these trainers, and that's not including the time they put in personally. That is what they've done with the department's 280 hours to get certified. In 2025, the Attorney General mandated defensive tactics for the first time. It was a 4-hour block, but being that we are the Verona Police Department, 2025 was not the first time we were doing defensive tactics. We've been doing them since we've gotten the mat, looking at least twice a year with 4-hour blocks. And we would like to do a lot more, but one of the things that's hampering us is we don't have a dedicated facility. We've used the mats at the community center, in the gym. We've used them in the annex, and we've also used them in Cedar Grove facilities. Now, some of the problems we've encountered with that is time spent moving the mats. The mats each individual mat weighs over 100 pounds, I'd estimate. So we have to get assistance from DPW. It takes us probably well over an hour to move them from location to location. And then when we are moving them to location, we have to make sure they're properly cleaned and sanitized every time. So that's not only adding into overtime, and it's increasing the time we need for the class because we have to sanitize the mat before everybody goes on the mat and after everybody's on the mat. What does that stop? It stops any kind of diseases that could be transferred on the mat. Anybody who's familiar with wrestling knows that just by bodies being on the mat, stuff like that can happen. So we're really on top of that, making sure they're clean and having a dedicated space where we can lay them out, clean them, allow them to properly air dry is what we're looking for. Also to importantly note with the defensive tactics that was required by the Attorney General, the JIF got involved and they laid out some best practices that they think police departments should be following when implementing this defensive tactics training. Are we hitting some of those? Yes. When I say we have a room that is free of hazards and adequate space for all participants? No, not all the time. We're probably pushing our limits. We're trying to train as many officers as we can over usually a 5-day period because we're usually battling when we're like in the gym. We're battling basketball. We're battling senior activities in the annex. So it's the same thing. We don't have the space to do this all the time. So what this would do would really just allow us to have a permanent place to store them, roll them out when we need them, roll them back up and have some available space. But I mean, in my mind, it's really look at it as multi-purpose. It's not just a mat room. It's going to be an extension of the gym, extension of the training room. I know it was only 4 hours that was required by the Attorney General this year, but if we look back at what's required for the basic police class, in 2020, they recommended increasing the hours from 40 hours of defensive tactics to 80 hours of defensive tactics. So I think that is coming for in-service training, and we'll be soon seeing the Attorney General mandate more and more defensive tactics training. That's all I got.
Thank you, Sergeant McGuire. Thank you, Officer Clone. Chief Kiernan, anything else?
Currently, we do, Captain Wardrobe can touch more on. Currently, we do cross-train with Cedar Grove on defensive tactics, North Caldwell. Captain Wardrobe can just touch on that, how it would be shared services and bring these in.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for attending. Just want to pick up where Sergeant McGuire left off. Training 4 hours a year is insufficient. I know it's the minimum set by the Attorney General guideline, but for anyone who's ever played sports before, you can't practice 4 hours a year and expect to be any good at it. So we were ahead of the curve, and thankfully to the chief, he's allowed us to get certified, and we started training before it was mandated. This last training was held in Cedar Grove with our mats and additional mats from them, and we were able to certify or get trained Cedar Grove, Caldwell, and all the Verona officers. So that was over at their LRP school. That is not going to be available much longer. And the other battle we had was with the annex, not necessarily a battle with them, but a battle with scheduling, trying to maintain the senior programs and working around their schedule where we'd have to roll the mats up, roll the mats out, clean the mats, it becomes cumbersome and also very time consuming, and it's harder to schedule officers efficiently so they can train without trying, we're trying to minimize overtime, which has been difficult. But I think Sergeant McGuire hit most of the key topics on that. It's a very important aspect of our line of work. We would rather not resort to the tools on our belt. First, we try to use our words, and then we have to use our hands without escalating to mechanical force or enhanced mechanical force, and in a last resort, deadly force. The other thing, I've been approached by members of the rescue squad, also very interested in this training, just to defend and protect themselves from combative crisis patients or patients in general. They're in closed quarters in the back of an ambulance, and they would highly benefit from this training as well. So I would also consider this a shared space, not only the gym, but also the matted area where we could have members of the rescue squad participate and also learn some of these tactics and techniques to protect themselves. Anybody have any questions about this room?
I'm gonna let Lieutenant Giuliano jump in, and then Councilman McGrath can start our questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to just piggyback real quick. Thanks to the chief for allowing Captain Wardrobe and Sergeant McGuire to really go to all these trainings, take it all in, understand it. But it's not just the fact that they went and they understand the defensive tactics. It's a whole nother art to be able to come back and really teach it. It's just like sports. The best athletes don't always make the best coaches. They've really come back. They put a lot into the defensive tactics program, to the point where I'm very comfortable saying that Verona is really, head and shoulders above other agencies in being in front of the game. Like we said, the AG just mandated this DT training in 25. We've been doing it for years, to the point of our last training we had Caldwell PD there. We had Cedar Grove PD there. There's no question we're really done very well with this. And just to go into my point, I just want to say, it's not just a matter of, bringing the mats to a different room that we might have in town. We've trained a lot at the annex before we were using it as a police department on one side. The town's been great with us. The community center has been very accommodating and letting us use that area. It just comes down to, it's just not an ideal space for us. It's not ideal because safety really becomes an issue. That room, although it's a good size for us in the annex, the window height makes it dangerous. You're rolling around on the mat, and then all of a sudden the window is right there due to its height. And then, we got to stop training and, restart at the center of the mats or on the other side and have a spotter. It just makes it difficult for the training. And like the sergeant stated before, we got the mats through the forfeiture. We have the 280 hours invested for the trainings, certifications, and we've taken the initiative to really be doing this for years, learn the art, and start training other agencies in addition to ourselves. And it would just be really ideal to be able to have that training fitness room where we can make it that multi-purpose, not just the gym, but also the DT area. And like Sergeant McGuire mentioned, also bring in from the training room, if we want to do handcuffing, different classes like that, where we can also do them on the mats to make it more safe. Just wanted to reiterate that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Councilwoman McGrath.
Thank you. So my comments are, first of all, I just want to say again, the level of training in our department is so impressive and so superior. And I do appreciate all of this heavily researched aspects of policing, and obviously from the leadership of all of you that spoke, I just want to thank you. And I definitely agree with the interaction of health and wellness of our force, right? And I love the fact that you detailed what it's like to wear the vest, right, for a certain period of time. But as you can imagine, this part of the facility is getting a lot of attention from the public. So similar to my previous requests, I heard a lot of, information about minimum amount of training that's required, what the optimal amount of training is, how you're using these mats currently and in what facility. Can we have a 1-year sketch out look back on, where did you do these trainings? Where were you lugging these mats? Some of the costs associated with that DPW. When you have these trainings with other West Essex municipalities, again, I'm getting the impression that it was sort of like a coming together. Money, wasn't a formal shared service. How would that change if we had this facility, or does it not? I think some of that clarification on this would be great. And my thought process, similar to Councilwoman Hollins, and I'm sure other members of the council, is about continuous use. So I'm looking for that additional data on this training area, because a question we're going to get is, why not use the training center with the tables that are movable, which we've already stated. We have storage to put the tables and the chairs somewhere else. Why not just combine those spaces? So that's sort of a general set of follow-up information that I know I'm looking for, the public was looking for. In addition, Chief Kiernan, you mentioned, and also others mentioned, that in these newer facilities, fitness centers are, built in. And obviously we want to attract and retain a really competent workforce. And so sometimes certain things that seem optional to the public are really table stakes for those that know what's required with hiring. But I would like specific room sizes of other fitness facilities that are in police buildings. So this is, my eyesight's not so great anymore, but this is a 1,600 square foot. Thank you. 1,651 square foot, room. Can we benchmark that against what Fairfield has? I believe you mentioned Garfield. That would be helpful as a follow-up piece of information. Thank you.
Yes, and I'll get it from the surrounding towns who have older buildings, but also already have fitness rooms equipped.
Yes, thank you.
I would just
good.
point out that the size of the fitness room is predicated also on the size of the force, as well as the fact that it is shared with fire.
Thank you, Mr. Messineo.
Then again, obviously the second floor is just earmarked for offices and a detective bureau, as well as what you see there is as a resiliency room. The Attorney General has mandated resiliency programs for police officers. There's a lot of horrific stats out there about the dangers and mental crisis that officers face. I won't bore you with the numbers, but it's something to the effect of over 200 and 300 through the course of their career that they suffer through a traumatic incident, where the average person would suffer through 1 or 2 critical incidents. So resiliency has become the key word from the Attorney General's office. He's mandated resiliency officers and mandated resiliency programs. There's a whole structure for it. The buildings that we did visit recommended resiliency rooms. I'll let Captain Wardrobe speak about it briefly. If I'm missing anything on that, he is one of our resiliency officers.
Captain Wardrobe.
Thanks, Chief. So, like the Chief said, in 2019, the Attorney General issued a directive promoting law enforcement resiliency. And since then, and before that, the VPD command staff has embraced it. So the directive acknowledges that officers regularly encounter some of the most traumatic events affecting their community. They typically operate in a state of hypervigilance while on duty, and the emotional and mental toll of this work can build up over time, which we've seen, and later contributes to a range of health issues. It's documented, increased blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, substance abuse, family and relationship stress, self-harm, and even the risk of suicide. So this directive requires that all law enforcement agencies appoint at least 1 resiliency officer. We actually have 2. I'm one and Officer Caratini is the other. So additional research suggests that, like the chief said, anywhere between 200 and 300 critical incidents police officers experience throughout their career, where the average person encounters 2 or 3 in their lifetime. Studies also concluded that law enforcement officers have a 54% increase in the risk of suicide compared to civilians. Just on the same vein as wellness and resiliency, in 2020, the World Health Organization classified night shift work as being a probable class 2A carcinogen. And a number of independent cohort studies of both night workers and shift workers in general have observed increased frequency of certain cancers. So between shift work, long hours, you're at a risk for reduced performance on the job, obesity, injuries, and a wide range of chronic diseases. We've had officers bounce from domestic violence calls, sudden death investigations, and then they're taking a parking complaint. So throughout one shift, you have the highs and lows, the highest of highs and the lowest of lows sometimes, where you're helping somebody through their worst day, and then you might be taking a parking complaint and everything in between. The other thing for resiliency to look at, and this is kind of coming full circle with the gym and with the defensive tactics training and training in general, is studies are also showing there's an unintended consequence of overtime and 12-hour shifts. There was recently an article written in March of 2025. The original 12-hour shift, and we went to this shift for this specific reason when under the former administration, was to see a decrease in overtime from when we were on an 8-hour shift. But now, in fact, we're working 12-hour shifts plus overtime on top of that. So we're getting close to our 16-hour limit on many occasions. So it's just routinely adding overtime onto this 12-hour shift. It's creating a dangerous cocktail, as they put it, for both physical and mental health. So it creates a strain on the body, and then it also creates a mental toll. So burnout, emotional exhaustion, sleep disorders, increased risk of depression and anxiety, relationship problems, and an increased risk of making mistakes, which we try to avoid. So one easy way to help combat this is with a resiliency room, or what some departments or agencies would call wellness room or a quiet room. So these are important spaces designed as a dedicated private area within the law enforcement building where officers can participate in critical incident stress debriefings. The last critical incident stress debriefing that I was involved with, and we've had a few, was up at the ballroom. And you're in the middle of a critical incident stress debrief, and you have civilians or other township employees walking in. It's not a secure location. It's not private, and there's really no confidentiality. So the other thing this room could be used for is you could privately speak with peer counselors, or you can contact Cop to Cop, which provides crisis support. They'll provide answers to legal questions, give you financial help, employment and relationship questions, as well as provide you with clinical referrals within police and clinical networks. It's also a room that could be used briefly for officers to take a mental health break if they've just experienced a stressful call or multiple calls in a row. It's someplace they can go in private, decompress a little bit, and then move on with their shift. So this space should be, as outlined in the layout done by Frank, private, quiet, comfortable, suitable for hosting these critical incident stress debriefings and having confidential conversations either with a peer counselor, a resiliency officer, or getting on the phone and calling Cop to Cop or someone else. So the goal is to mitigate stress, reduce risk of burnout, and support overall mental well-being and operational readiness. So the way I feel and the way the chief feels and Captain Watkins feels, as a police department and a community, we have an affirmative duty to assist and provide for our officers' physical and mental well-being. So this is a small room with big impact on officer wellness. So this room in particular is pretty important. The way it's currently laid out could be different, but I think it's laid out pretty well. You have access to workstations where you can, look up resources. You have room where you can spread out casually and have a critical incident stress debriefing if that's what you want to use it for. You also have storage. So I think it's a small ask for a big reward. If you have any questions on it, I'd be happy to answer.
Councilwoman Holland.
So I didn't have specific questions about the resiliency room. I had raised my hand before we had moved on from some of the other spaces, but I will ask some of those questions. Moving back briefly to the fitness center, I do just want to get clarification when we talk about how the training area could be the mat training area could be also utilized as additional training space. It only appears to have the access to it from the police side. There is the door that allows access from the fitness area, and presumably you can walk through the fitness area into the mat training area, but I'm not sure if that is reasonable to expect anyone that would be using the training to be walking through the gym first in order to do that. And I just wanted to note that Frank did add the red door back. So there may be access issues if you were going to try and make that a multi-purpose space. As Councilwoman McGrath had indicated, I've heard question about why the mat space couldn't just be one of the training rooms that's already in existence as well, like whether or not that could just be used as a multi-purpose space. I did hear some of the comments already, so I do appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that some of that was on the record. I also have some questions about the office spaces, but not specifically the resilience room. But I do see that Captain Wardrobe has his hand up, so I don't know if you want to respond to me.
Sure, I just wanted to respond about the matted area. What I envisioned for that is you would walk through the gym. There would be an area where you would be able to change your gym footwear. Either you would go barefoot on the mats or you would have dedicated shoes for the mats only. So we take the hygiene of the mats very seriously. We would probably have like little cubbies there, or even build a half wall to separate maybe some of the training matted area from the gym itself. Where you'd come in, you'd have a bench, you would change your footwear, either put dedicated shoes on for the mats or go in barefoot. Anytime you step off the mat, you would step back into an area where you can put your shoes back on. So we're not transferring germs or, foreign matter from the gym floor or from outside onto the training mat area where we'd be, rolling around. And we wouldn't want to expose officers to, you want to get impetigo or some kind of fungal infection or a bacterial infection. So I do see us walking through the gym, hitting an area where you can change your shoes, maybe, like I said, cubbies or a small bench, and then coming onto the matted area just to keep it, keep the hygiene and keep it clean. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, I do just want to note that there is still that other door as well. So I don't know if you would keep that or not. And if you're going to keep the matted area with the mats out all the time, that might limit its use as a multi-purpose area. So not really anything other than a comment, just flagging it in this design as I see it. But thank you for that clarification. And certainly nobody wants any kind of dirty mats, and the reference to wrestling earlier brought back memories of brothers. So
yeah, that's one open room. It just appears to be two different rooms. Yeah. But as far as a multi-functioning for training, that would be under the direction of the police department, and we would bring people in for those mats. There's numerous courses that the Attorney General has endorsed on not only effective handcuffing technique, but that's where we would attempt to bring in the other agencies and bring in the vendor to train.
Thank you, Chief. I did also have some additional comments about the office space. You've touched on that a little bit, and I didn't get an opportunity to speak. One of the things that became apparent to me is the size of the different offices throughout the second floor. And I had said at our June 23rd meeting that I thought there was opportunity for efficiencies. And so allow me to be a little bit more precise on that. Current office sizes, as I could tell from the prior floor plan, kind of range from 140 to 170 square foot. And right now, the only office facility, and I'll put office in air quotes, and thank you for moving the slide down, is really the lactation room at approximately 143 square feet. So with this space, you're going to have a small kitchenette, I believe, and space for a nursing mother to be pumping. Next to that, you have a video editing room of 200 square feet and a series of offices that are 200 square feet. Elsewhere on the second floor, we have offices at 200 or exceeding 200 square feet. I think there are opportunities to reduce the size of these offices. I do appreciate everybody likes large, spacious offices, but I think, for example, with video editing, it is more important to have space for multiple monitors than it is to have space for what appear to be filing cabinets. I live with a video editor. You do not need 200 square feet for video editing. If you were going to have multiple video editors in there, maybe that would justify the 200 square feet. Where you're proposing right now a single desk in the different offices, 200 square feet appears to be a little generous. And so I do think that there are opportunities for square footage savings there. Similarly, in the police chief's suite, I think that we can see that we have a square footage total overall between the admin, the shower, and the office of more than what's currently the square footage of the second floor of town hall for police. I think there are opportunities for some efficiencies there. We could probably have all the same amenities, but we could reduce that square footage and realize some savings. And while I appreciate statements earlier that it's not necessarily a one-to-one savings, but when you look at overall reducing perhaps some of the size of the office spaces, when we consider that this is going to be built for future use, that's likely going to be a lot less paper heavy, and we're not necessarily going to need the filing cabinet storage and the like. I think that there are those opportunities for cost savings. I did also want to just flag, and it was next to the resiliency room, is the second kitchenette on the second floor. We have gotten resident feedback that between the full kitchen on the first floor, the kitchenette on the second floor, and then the multi-use kitchenette on the second floor, there is a lot of redundancy there. I think I do understand, having worked in large offices, that it is helpful to have small kitchenette areas and like located strategically, but these are rather large in terms of square footage. I think there are opportunities for some efficiencies and space savings there, where we could reconfigure this space to save on some of that square footage and realize some additional cost savings.
Chief Kieran, anything else on this space?
No, as far as the offices go, that's just, again, those are placeholders. They wouldn't necessarily be set up that way, just to give a visual from Frank. And as far as the size from one office to the lactation, Frank could probably expand upon it. We're picturing persons who use the room where the lactation room would obviously be one person at a time, where these offices would have potentially multiple people, staff, and personnel in there. As far as the number of offices, that could change. Currently, with our current lineup, each office would be filled at this time. At one point, we had one extra office that we were just following a guideline with. As far as having that in case someone was out injured or assigned a project or an outside agency came in, this has shifted and shrunk a bit, so there is not one currently, but we would figure something out. Again, walls would come down and possibly combine different areas. And as far as the kitchenette by the conference room, yes, kitchenette, there's a sink there, is the envision. you know, that's why it's referred to as a kitchenette. I understand what you're saying as far as there's one down by the training room.
Councilman Graff?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate, Chief, your response to the councilwoman's comments. I have also heard that feedback and about just and have the similar feedback, same feedback on the kitchenette and those spaces, and just in general, kind of reducing the size of things as much as possible. Mr. Messineo, you mentioned a comment at the top. Residents are counting the number of bathrooms in this facility. So one thing we haven't talked about, because they are on top of each other, is there are bathrooms on the one side of this facility for men and women. And you mentioned at the top of your presentation that there are standards that need to be followed. So again, as a follow-up, can you please cite those standards specifically on how many bathroom facilities should be provided? Because again, residents are they are questioning, you know, why so many in short terms. Clearly, we need to have convenience, and we have moved as a society more to single use. I think of single use bathrooms as continuous use instead of making assumptions on how many we need for men and women. So just something to be considerate in the future, which I know there's some single use bathrooms in the facility, and we need to make sure we have that available, but also maybe we can get some efficiencies if we just kind of rethink some of them. But I would like to see those standards as we have been asked. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
We can certainly provide the plumbing calculations that were done, plumbing fixture calculations. They are based on the number of men and women in the facility. They need to be proportional. And as I said, for a facility with multiple uses and security locations, there are grossing factors on top of those calculations. So we'll share them with you. You can certainly see the how we arrived at the number of fixtures. To your point about single-use toilet rooms, they actually take up more square footage than a group toilet. For example, if you were to look at the locker shower area, we can put two fixtures in the same square footage that you would put a unisex toilet, because they need to be ADA accessible. ADA accessibility requires a big turning circle, turning radius for a wheelchair, should someone have a wheelchair. So you can put two fixtures in the same area that you could put one regular fixture in a unisex toilet. So when we come to things like locker rooms and locations like that, it makes more sense to provide group toilets. It's more efficient in terms of square footage. But to your point, one of the things about this whole presentation is that, again, we've done a lot in terms of conceptualizing this building, but this building is by no means designed, and I did say that in the beginning. We've conceptualized it. We've come up with what we believe are square footages we can work with. Are there things that will be trimmed and as evidenced by the very fact that this unisex toilet was added later, and we did that to try and show that there are things that will happen as we look further into design. You don't want to spend design monies without having approved this, us doing, detailed design monies without having, knowing that we're moving forward. So at the end of the day, we will definitely look at all of the comments made by the council, the public. We did hear things, so that's part of the reason why some of the spaces were already modified, just to try to show you what was possible. So, I take your comments into, obviously very seriously in terms of being able to marry the building. The only other thing that I will say is that what we change on the first floor affects what happens on the second floor and vice versa. There is a consistency of structure and things like that have to be met. So it's not as easy as just, moving a wall. So, but we will absolutely take all of this into consideration and, make any of the positive changes that we can to reduce the size of the facility. If you will notice, we've already done that in some measure from the original Obviously, it was 47,300 at one point. It was 41,900 after that. And now I think we're down to 40,400. So we are continuing to reduce the building. We just need to, make sure that we can reduce the building and the cost at the same time.
Okay. All right, moving on to the fire department, unless Chief Kieran, you have anything else to add?
No, I thank you all, and I've been taking notes and make sure that I will follow up for what was requested.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you to all the police department employees and officers who have been on tonight for what has become quite a long meeting. We appreciate your involvement and answering questions, providing your insight as well, so everybody can understand better the design. Move on to the fire department. We have with us Chief Nick Policino. Chief, is there anybody that you need promoted at this point from the attendees list to the panelist?
No, I'm sharing a space here in the training room with ex-Chief Tedesco and ex-Chief Magatti. They're here with me,
Okay.
but I'll be doing the speaking on behalf of the department.
Are you able to turn your camera on so we can?
I can. Just a warning that we're sitting in the training room projecting this, so we're in the dark.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fine.
But I will turn it on. And is it displaying? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So Mayor, thank you for setting this meeting up tonight. We're definitely looking forward to it and the feedback and engagement with the council and anyone that has questions for us. Just a little overview of how we got to this point. So in 2009, the then fire chief was approached by the town manager at the time to put together a committee to start looking into a new Station 2. There were architectural plans drawn up for the existing location at 209 Bloomfield Avenue. And, over the years, things have changed and ideas have changed. And here we are now in 2025, and we have this shared space opportunity. We have a physical location and we have a building concept and design. So I'll turn it over to Frank if he wants to start with our spaces, and I can explain them to the best of my ability and take any questions on those spaces.
Yeah, I mean that's great, Nick. What we'll do is we'll start. I mean the first and probably the biggest component of the fire department is the garage bays. There are 3 bays. As we know, we don't have proper clearances within the existing firehouse between vehicles. Excuse me. So laying out hoses and trying to open doors of two apparatus that hit each other. So this garage bay or the 3 bays have been sized, to the bare minimum with the clearances required and suggested by NFPA and the design guidelines. We're designed this garage for 4 vehicles. It certainly could fit a 4th vehicle. A 5th vehicle. The other component that's built in here is we have gear racks on all the walls, on the 2 walls for the garage bay. And then there are storage rooms and work areas off that bay. So Nick, do you want to talk more about the bay and the apparatus?
Yeah. So the apparatus. So one of the important things to keep in mind with this conceptual design. So Station 2 houses the ladder truck. It's the only ladder truck currently in Verona. It is the longest vehicle in our fleet by a long shot. The ladder truck is 53 feet long. So that's evidenced in Frank's drawing here with the length. The engine is substantially smaller, the utility truck even smaller than that. And those are 16 and 13-year-old vehicles. So we did speak with some other local departments that are purchasing new vehicles. We can expect the length of those vehicles to each grow by 5 to 6 feet by the next time Verona goes out to purchase a new ladder truck and a new engine. So just, the way we have the space design now, it leaves us a little opportunity for growth in the future. We worked with Frank to design door heights that would not only last our current needs, but would also last the future needs of potential height increases on apparatus. And as everyone's aware, I know all 5 council members have been through Station 2 at one point or another. The height clearance is one of the major issues, as well as the width and the depth of the bays. But the height was one of our biggest concerns. So, this new space, and Frank, I believe you touched on it earlier when you talked about how there wouldn't be any structure any offices or any physical space on the second floor above the apparatus rooms. I think one of the main reasons that leads to that is the height of the apparatus, and again, allowing for potential growth and expansion and redesign of vehicles over the next 50 to 75 years. So Frank, if you want to zoom into those rooms in the back, I'll go through them. I'll start on the left with the fire equipment storage room. That would be a room to store firefighting equipment. That could be turnout gear, helmets, boots, gloves. That could be axes and anything that's not being utilized on a fire apparatus. We want to have it safely secured somewhere, not laying out on the floor, not a tripping hazard. So that allows us space to store all of our spare equipment. Moving next to the mechanical room. So that would have the mechanical functionality of that part of the building. The compressor that you see in the back there, that is a portable compressed air breathing system. That is to fill the air bottles that the firefighters wear on their self-contained breathing apparatus. Currently, that compressor sits out on the floor in the bay, about 1.5 feet from a fire engine. So again, that gives it its own dedicated space. It keeps it out of a hazard area. Right now, as you're filling an air bottle, to open the door to that compressor to load it, you basically have to pin yourself against the engine to fit it in. Moving over to the work area, so that is our mechanics table. Right now, the mechanics table we have in the current Station 2 is adjacent to the ladder truck. It's a workbench area, kind of man-made with some shelves underneath it. We do a lot of in-house repairs, both to apparatus and equipment. It allows us a space to work on things, repair things. There's a lot of maintenance to the valves and the different appliances that we use for the engines, as well as fire hydrants. So it gives a place to work on that stuff. The current workbench, which may have been evidenced in some of Frank's photos in his earlier presentations, is currently being used to store turnout gear because we don't have enough racking space for the members. So the workspace is kind of taken up, and this new space here allows us a place to work on all of that stuff. Moving down to gear storage. So this space allows us what can't fit in the fire equipment storage room. It gives us that second space. Right now, Station 1 has a washing machine. We have a washing machine for Station 2, but we don't have a current location for it in the existing building. So this could potentially be a room where we could store, or more importantly, if we don't go out and purchase a dryer, which the dryers are twice the dollar amount of the washing machines, it does give us a place where we could hang the gear up and dry it properly, and allow it to drain properly so it's not standing water on the floor. Next to that is the hose cabinet. We specifically designed that room to be on an outside wall so that we could have fresh air ventilation. Fire hose has to be stretched or hung to dry. If you roll it up, that promotes mold and mildew and can damage and deteriorate the hose. Currently, what we do now is we roll the hose in between the rigs. So as members come into the firehouse to put on their equipment to go on calls, they're stepping, sliding, and all that. It's not uncommon that as an apparatus is backing back into the building, that a hose or a coupling gets run over, is damaged, and needs to be repaired. So this would give us a dedicated space. Our firehouse number 1 has a hose closet. It's very functional. The only change we made to this hose closet for this fire station, again, is putting it on the outside wall for fresh air ventilation. That'll help with the drying of the hose. It'll reduce the time it needs to dry, and it'll also reduce the smell. Wet fire hose tends to smell pretty bad, especially in warm weather. The outside walls on both sides have the gear storage racks that Frank spoke about. Right now, we have space for 20 sets of turnout gear on racks on wheels in the current Station 2, and we have 34 member station there. So there's 14 sets of gear that are unsafely secured throughout the building. And again, this causes damage to the equipment. It's not uncommon that something could get dropped, broken, run over, or just it allows a safe space to store as well as put the equipment on and off.
Do we have any questions on the bays and that, or do you want to just keep going and then we'll just take all questions? It's a smaller area.
I don't see any questions, so let's continue, please.
So decon room. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Nick. That's fine.
Okay. The decon laundry room. So that's a place for, we have the ice machine in there. Decon, there are calls where we come in where members need to wash off their boots or their gloves or their equipment. This would be like a prep place where we get all the contaminants off in a safe contained area. From there, we would bring them over to the washing machines and properly wash them and dry them so that they're ready for use again. But this gives us that opportunity to, again, get all those contaminants off the gear, any bodily fluids or anything like that that we don't want the member to keep on their personal gear or to track throughout the firehouse or bring it to somebody else's home on a future incident.
And that is shared with the police department.
Yep, correct. So our ready room, so this is a room that's been redesigned a couple times on our behalf. So what we did was we tried to make this our multi-purpose room. In the fire service, a ready room is kind of the heart of the firehouse. We have a kitchen in here, which previously our kitchen was upstairs. We eliminated the kitchen functionalities upstairs and moved them downstairs into this one space. We have a storage room off of there. We have tables, chairs, a television, couches. We can conduct informal meetings in here for committee meetings and stuff like that. This is really a place for members to come to enjoy. It's also a good space for them to come on a hot day like today. After a fire call, they want to come back and get a bottle of water, sit down and cool off a little bit before they go back home or return back to work. The current ready room we have right now is the shared meeting room at Station 2, which is the room directly behind the apparatus room. The air conditioning in that room has been broken for 5 years now. So the firemen went out and purchased window air conditioners. So today, with the air conditioners going full blast, that room was 84 degrees. The apparatus rooms today were 89 degrees. So again, we did have an alarm today. Guys came back, they were hot, they were sweaty. There's really no place to cool down and compose yourself before you leave and go back to your daily life. So this room allows us, again, space, feasibility, and the biggest thing in the fire service, firemen are creatures of habit. They always love to be near the fire trucks. So this is right off the apparatus rooms. If an alarm comes in while they're in this room, they're right there. We felt that our space was better utilized on the first floor as opposed to the second floor. And again, that's just firefighters are creatures of habit. They like to be near their apparatus. They always want to be ready to go at a moment's notice. So we feel that this ready room in this location allows us to handle most of our functionality out of the firehouse through the first floor. Officer administrative room. So currently at Station 1, we have an officer's room in the basement. This is basically just a replica of that room. The current administrative staff in the company is 4. There's a captain, a lieutenant, a secretary, and a treasurer. This allows them a workspace, a meeting space, a storage space. There are records that are kept there. There are personnel issues that are addressed in there. There are private conversations that go on in there. It's a secure space that allows the officers to handle any business that they need to do. There's storage along the walls if needed. It really gives a good workstation to accomplish any of those administrative tasks that they may be dealing with. The shower and the locker rooms, those are pretty self-explanatory. Frank, if you want to just touch on this a little bit. I know
Sure.
we did reduce down the number on the female side just based on what we currently have on our rolls as well as what we project for the future.
Correct. And I'm just noting that it says 8 lockers. It's really 4 lockers. We went through a couple of iterations with this. So, we talked about the equity in the beginning when we designed this. We were looking for some equity, but given the number of personnel and the fact that there have only ever been 3 maximum female firefighters, we decided to reduce the space. We also put in a unisex locker area or shower area as well. So we do have a much reduced female locker area and a larger male locker area, which accommodates the squad.
Yep. And again, right now we have 2 female members in our department, 1 in each station. So again, with potential growth and expansion, I can't see that number going higher than 3 or 4. So I think the 4 lockers on the female side would be more than adequate. We do have less lockers than members on the male side, which I think is okay. Lockers would be issue on a need basis. Not every member would utilize a locker, so I think we're okay with a smaller space there with reduced numbers.
Well, those lockers, it's 20 lockers, but they are half sizes, so you're
Okay.
getting 40 lockers in that area.
Okay.
And then
And that would allow for the members, that would allow them to keep a change of clothes, an extra shirt, a pair of pants, spare pair of pants to change after an alarm or something like that. So really, small lockers are ideal for us. We don't need anything bigger than that.
Nick, did you want to just go over the last room on this floor?
Yeah. I'm gonna cover that because that's actually this actually was changed a couple times, and that should be the room that's labeled office fire watch is really the patrol storage room, and this is a mechanical space, the same as they were on the original plan back in June. So through our iterations, that just got missed. Apologies.
All right, thanks, Frank.
And then finally,
Council?
we have a secure vestibule that it provides secure access just for the fire department to enter into their area, while anybody can go in through the main entrance of the building and get into the fire department. We did create a secure entrance on that backside as well.
And this would be for more non-emergent events, meetings, drills, training. If you're just going to the firehouse for any reason, no reason to walk around all the way to the front of the building and access that door. You could come in right here and you could access all the spaces on the first floor pretty easily from the parking lot.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman McGrath?
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge and thank, there was some reconfiguration of this space since the last time we saw this plan. I want to acknowledge that and thanks for the reimagining where this space is getting closer to that concept of continuous use for a lot of the spaces. So I do appreciate that. If you wouldn't mind just walk me through very briefly. So after a large scale fire, people will go into the decontamination room to take off some of the contaminants and put some of the gear in the washing area. So will people, as you envision with this space, because I know you don't have the facilities now, then go into the locker room area and take a shower? Like, how do you envision after a fire, people using the locker room area?
There are actually 2 showers in the decon laundry. That is a decontamination / laundry room. So everything after a fire will be done in this room. They will take their clothes, put them in the washer and dryer. They have a rack that they'll put their new clothes on. They will scrub and take a shower in this room. So no contaminants leave this room. This is, isolated from the locker rooms themselves.
Okay, so
And that's the
then,
biggest thing for us is coming out of those apparatus rooms. We don't want members with decontaminated equipment or gear to go any further than that room. We don't want them going into any of the common space or any of the ready room or dedicated space. We want to really isolate those contaminants right there in the decon room.
then explain to me a little bit in the locker room area how those showers would be utilized by volunteers.
Yeah,
So I
two
know
different
there,
scenarios.
yeah.
The shower would be used again if a member was doing a station standby, or maybe they had something where it's just a hot day and they needed to take a shower and cool down and put a change of clothes on. They were overheated at a call or something like that. The showers in the decon room would specifically be used for decontamination, hazardous materials situations. We wouldn't want members going through that room if the decontaminants didn't exist on them, just because we wouldn't want to expose them to anything, even though, that room will have drains and be cleaned and everything, but those spaces are really separate for those needs. And that's a shared space with PD as well, whereas the locker room space would be dedicated just for the male and female firefighters.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
Any other questions for the fire chief? Okay. Frank, could you just go over maybe some of I think we have the atrium left.
Sure.
As far as the the last items.
Yeah, so, obviously we've got a main lobby. I shouldn't have marked it up, but we have a main lobby that you would enter in. There's obviously a secure vestibule. We have our dispatch on our greeter. So anybody coming in would either talk to police, or if they were coming in for records, they would come around. There's a records window and a records office. There is a public toilet in the lobby, but they do have records right here on the first floor as well. We've created an atrium, an open courtyard. It's an open air courtyard. It is covered from the roof, against rain, but it is open on the sides for air. It is a wellness space. It allows natural light into the center of the building. It will be obscure from the lobby side, so you won't be able to see into it, but it'll be open from all other sides, allowing natural light coming in from above to light up the courtyard. So it's really a wellness space, and it is double height, so it does translate to the second floor. So on the second floor, that same space here is open to below, and it allows light to come down, and you'll be able to see light from the fitness center or from the training room, again allowing natural light into the space as opposed to just dealing with LEDs all day long.
All right, thank you, Frank.
You're welcome.
Does anybody have any final questions on any of the design elements in particular before we move on to comments? We're just looking for questions at this point. Councilwoman Holland.
Thank you. One topic that hasn't come up at all, and it doesn't really lend itself to the floor plan that we've been discussing, but we did get a couple of comments from residents expressing concern about the ingress and egress from the site, with the only one access point on Pompton. Thank you for switching over the screen. So I just thought if either police or fire, I think maybe more specifically fire, wanted to speak to that point, that could be very helpful to have on the record for residents that had expressed those concerns. Thank you.
Frank, do you want to address this as the designer?
Well, again, I mean, we had several discussions about the access from the facility, the discussion about the lights being controlled during emergencies. There was discussions about sound and noise. In fact, I might even have, there was discussion about the noise from alarms, and there was the chief, I think, can answer this better in terms of when things occur. The patrolmen, the police patrolmen are normally out on the street, so they're there already when there's a fire. The fire do not roll with sirens going. They wait until they get out on the street. But there are ways to control the lights going in and out. So as far as the single access, is it ideal? No, it's not, but it is the site we have, and we've made it work from a design standpoint, from a site standpoint. But obviously that was after discussions with both police and fire in terms of how they operate and how they access the site.
Thank you, Mr. Messineo. Councilman McGrath?
Thank you. To ask a follow-up, though, I think people are concerned, and I just want to make sure the analysis was done from the fire point of view, that the truck can actually make the turn out. And also, I see that there are parking spots. Some of the questions we got, and this may be more of a question for fire, is like, what happens if people are coming in while the fire truck needs to come out? That's where there's a lot of concern also from the public. I see ADA EV parking, so we just want to make sure everything can fit, in an emergency scenario where the fire trucks are pulling out, especially since they're in the back.
So we actually have a drawing that shows turning radiuses of all of the vehicles, including the vehicle sizes that we have. And what it shows is how that vehicle swings out and moves back. And we have these turning radiuses. This looks narrow, but this is actually close to 40 feet between here to here. So there is a significant amount of room between the parking spaces and the area. But I will allow the chief to elaborate on how they, you know, when and how they do go through this. But we can share those plans with you that do show the turning radiuses for the vehicles and coming in and out of the spaces.
Yeah, so again, Frank, you took the words right out of my mouth. So we gave Frank's team all the turning radiuses for all the vehicles in our department. So we know that we have adequate space to make those turns. Again, he mentioned the 40-foot width of that area. If a car was entering, clearly they would hopefully see the lights and they would know to move over to their appropriate lane. We would have our lane to move out into traffic. The biggest thing, which I want to bring up with the egress of the building and also with how it relates to the parking situation. So both fire stations currently, if an apparatus is coming back to the firehouse, we have traffic lights set up in front of both firehouses that will stop immediate traffic, and that will then tie up 4 lanes of traffic to allow the fire apparatus to back in on Bloomfield Avenue into their bays of their firehouse. The way we've designed this, and again, Frank's team has gone through with all the turning radiuses to make sure that it works. And we're confident with what they've come back to us with in our meetings with them. We can actually pull into this facility instead of having to shut down 4 lanes of Pompton Avenue when we're coming back from an alarm. So we can pull forward. We checked with these parking spaces right on the end with where we're going to be parking the ladder truck closest to the police side. It gives us plenty of room to make the swing to back in safely. So that will be a huge benefit as opposed to or compared to what we work with now, where we have to shut down 4 lanes of traffic every time we come back with the fire trucks. Now we can keep traffic open and we can make the turn right into the facility and we can handle the backing up and turning all on our property and not tie up Pompton Avenue with that.
Okay, that's excellent. And I guess my follow-up would be, you mentioned that the new fire trucks are 5 to 6 feet longer. So can we just stress test these turning radiuses, if you haven't already, for the future fire truck that we're gonna need to buy? And I think I think that would be a good idea to just make sure that we would still have that room. But residents have been concerned about this, so I appreciate the clarification. And when we say, you know, we're looking for follow-up documents, would be great if we could put everything on the website. I know the mayor is really big on that. We can get all of these follow-up documents in one place. So as residents have questions, we could say, hey, look, here's the drawing on the turning radiuses, and we can just direct them right to one centralized location. That would be great. So perfect. Thank you.
You beat me to that comment,
Mayor,
Councilman McGrath, for sure. All right. Any other? I just have one design. Oh, go ahead, Chief Balsino.
We didn't touch on the second floor of the building. There's no dedicated fire space on the second floor. It's only shared spaces we have up there. But I just want to briefly touch on the training room. So the training room will also serve as the fire department meeting room. We conduct company meetings monthly. We conduct department-wide meetings every other month at each station. So there'd be 6 department meetings up there, which would house the full department, both companies. So we would be basically eliminating that room from what we currently have and using that as a shared space and a multi-purpose room. So really that training room would just give us an extra element, an extra benefit.
Did you want to address the gym or anything?
We can. So just to touch briefly on the gym. So this gym would have access. It'd be shared, obviously, police and fire. It also would be shared within the fire service. So there's 2 companies in town. Every member, all 70, would have access to this gym. So, you know, I'm confident that we can share the space appropriate and correctly with the police, as well as keep it busy throughout most of the day. I estimated within our department, just informally asking, there's roughly 32 members right now that have gym memberships. That would be great if we could get all those members to utilize the gym, the fitness room, in this public safety building. One of the big aspects, aside from all the health benefits, and we know that cardiac is one of the #1 killers of firefighters annually, and our equipment gets bigger and heavier every year. But one of the biggest things in a volunteer emergency operation is having firefighters near the firehouse or in the firehouse when emergencies come in. So if we could get on a daily basis an extra 3 to 4 guys coming through the firehouse at a time using this fitness center, if an alarm, an emergency comes in town, we already have a crew ready to go that can respond with an apparatus, and that would really help reduce lead times and arrival times, and help us respond better to our emergencies in town.
Thank you, Chief Paulsino. I just have one comment, Frank, if we could go to the outside view of the building. Just, I know, I think we took out of this presentation some of the elevations of the front and the side of the building. And one comment I just wanted to make, and I've made it a couple other meetings because I know we have a number of residents on, is that the building as the concept plan, I know this is not the final design, we're really focused on, you know, what the program is at this point. But one of our members of the public brought up in a previous meeting about the large windows in the front being expensive. My personal opinion, and obviously we need all the council members to agree and get some comments from the committee, is I would like to see the building be a little more traditional in style. This building is definitely different, and it would like to fit a little bit more into the character of that side of the street on Pompton Avenue. So just, I would like the building to look a little bit more like the Verona Community Center, Town Hall, or the multi-purpose office building up at 195 Pompton, which is right down the street. Just to have it fit a little bit in the neighborhood a little bit more, being cognizant of that. There's some modern elements and things that I think are neat designs from an architectural standpoint, but may not be the right designs for the neighborhood. So I didn't want to not, forget to comment on that. And the same idea, there are just some things I think we can do to have it fit the neighborhood a little bit better. We have talked, just for the public that is on here, because I know a lot of people haven't attended all of our meetings, but we did talk a lot about the buffering between the properties, putting some screening up on the side of the building as well. So residents looking out would see green versus a large building. So some of those items are there, and I just didn't want to lose sight of that since we're focusing on the inside. Don't want residents to think that we forgot about that. Deputy Mayor McAvoy? You're muted, Jack.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to touch on something before we get to the public. I know there's a lot of people here, and I don't want to prolong this. There are, some design issues within here. I am going to reach out to Frank and Kevin and possibly the chiefs and go over a couple of things. So I don't want to pick away at the little things in this tonight because it's just going to prolong it. But I just want to let the public know we're all looking at this like current day, current squad, current fire department, current police department. We have to keep in mind, obviously everybody knows all the building and construction that's going on in town. Verona's only getting bigger. So obviously what's going to follow, police department's going to have to get bigger, fire department's going to have to get bigger. So keep this in mind that, okay, some of the offices and some of the space might be big for now, but down the road, 10, 15, 20, 25, 50 years down the road, it's going to be the police department could outgrow the facility, such as what's going on right now. We took a facility in the center of town that had the fire department and the police department together, and we had to remove the fire department from there and put it at the community center, and that became part of the police department. So we have to remember this. This is a long-term investment. It's possibly a 75 to 100-year investment for Verona, and I just want everybody to realize that because it hasn't been talked about, but we have to realize that moving forward and, design this for future use. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Frank, I was wondering if you could touch on, we've talked about the cost of this building, which is obviously of significant concern to the council and the public. I was wondering if you could touch a little bit on what the cost of delaying the building might be, as far as trends you have seen in increases in building costs versus CPI. Is one outpacing the other, and what the potential issues could be delaying this for, indefinitely, as it has been for the last 50 years.
I can only tell you that we continually, probably once every couple of months, get letters from our contractors that we're working with, who get letters from their suppliers who tell them about increases in costs, material costs going up. We've got issues going on in the country like tariffs and things like that, which are increasing costs. But we are seeing a steady increase. Since COVID, construction costs have steadily increased. During COVID, we saw very unreasonable pricing, the $12 2x4, but prices have stabilized since then. But that normal $2 2x4 is still $5. We're never going to get back down to where we were, and every year costs continue to go up. I can share with the council and a cost report that we prepared for public facilities that shows what this, roofing systems were 5 years ago were $28 a square foot. Now they're $50. So every year that we go through, cost continues to go up. We're working right in Little Falls. They put forth a referendum 3 years ago with someone else. That referendum went down. The same square footage of a referendum that was 34 million is now 47 million, and that was 3 years ago. So we're seeing incredible increases with construction, and that's the only thing from my perspective in looking at a building that I've given you budget numbers that were designed to go out 3 years. As we go down to a year on this thing, or a year and a half, those numbers will need to be adjusted in the future.
I know a lot of council members have been, providing some homework assignments and looking for some additional data for the public. And I was thinking recently, looking at the Verona Community Center, which was built about 20 years ago. I think it was 1997. Chief Kiernan might know better. And that building, it has a 3-bay firehouse with a training room and a lot of similar kind of specialized equipment. It's missing the police station part. But the square footage entirely of that building, with the gymnasium and the ballroom and some offices in the front, is probably somewhat similar to what this is being proposed. This building might actually be a little bit smaller than the community center. But I'd be curious to do a little analysis of what the community center cost in 1997 and what that same building would cost today to build. And then might be an interesting comparison to see if that cost has outpaced the CPI and what the value of building that building in 1997 was versus building it 28 or 30 years later, and what the impact of that is. So just something out there. I'll put a written request in, as I've asked of all the other council members, for that, just to get an idea of the benefit versus the cost of doing something now versus delaying for another couple of years or indefinitely or whatever, because that building just kind of popped into my mind.
Okay, we can certainly do that.
So at this point, I think we have exhausted questions. I did want to give the committee members an opportunity from the fire and police to just make some closing comments. They've heard a lot of questions. If you have any general responses to questions or anything you'd like to say to the council, this is your open mic session now. Then we'll have any council comments, and then we'll move on to public comment.
Yeah, if I could, I would just like to make my statement that I've made before, that to rehash, this was first noted 47 years ago in the master plan, and it was front page news in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, back when we had newspapers. We know the current police headquarters is outdated and it no longer meets operational, technological, or safety needs of modern law enforcement. Space limitations hinder efficiency, aging infrastructure increases maintenance costs, and outdated systems compromise both officer readiness as well as public service delivery. This proposed new facility would provide adequate space, updated technology, and enhanced security, enabling the department to better serve the community and support future growth. Moreover, we would meet the requirements from the Attorney General guidelines, Department of Correction mandates, and be compliant with police facilities recommendations from the International Association of Chiefs of Police. So I thank everyone for this process tonight, as well as this process that has been ongoing. I think something that I should note that I've mentioned before, but needs to be repeated. I came on in 1990. We would do anywhere from 8,000 calls to 10,000 calls on a busy year. I believe we did 26,000 calls last year. So call volume has increased, time spent on calls has increased. All these things lead into the fact that this wasn't sufficient 47 years ago. You can only imagine where we are now. So I thank everyone for their time. I got a lot of good questions and I'm going to get some answers to everyone. And again, I appreciate all the work of Mr. Messineo. And I said last time, I think he was going to ignore my block my number. And I think he did this time because I had a hard time getting a hold of him today. So it came true.
Chief Kieran, any other police or fire representatives wish to make any closing thoughts, comments? Just raise your virtual hand, please. Chief Paulsino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank everyone. So I joined this committee 2 years ago as assistant chief. It's been stressful, but it's really been enjoyable working with PD, as well as working with Frank and his team and representatives from town administration, as well as my committeemen here in the fire department. I know that every person in this town, as well as every council member, knows the need for both organizations. I feel we've successfully passed those hurdles. Everyone acknowledges the conditions of the two buildings. Everyone knows that change is needed. This building is needed. I'm hopeful and confident after today's presentation. Frank did a great job putting this together and cleaning it up and really making it. I hope we can answer all the council's questions, all the residents' questions, and I hope that we can take another step forward in this process. Again, I'm proud to say that the fire department is growing. We're probably the second, if not the largest, volunteer fire department in West Essex. We're taking on a ton of members this year, but we are busting at the seams. We have gear all over the place. We don't have enough parking spaces. Our building is literally crumbling to pieces. We no longer have air conditioning. We have problems with the heat in the winter. We have problems with the furnace. We have problems with the plumbing backing up. The town does a great job, buildings and grounds, of trying to band-aid things and keep the building functional for us. But, we really are on borrowed time with this. So I really hope that we can, following this meeting, take a huge step forward in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other police or fire representatives? Okay. I've been good about calling on everybody else first, so I'm going to take this opportunity to speak first, with just some comments. First off, I want to thank all of the committee members who I know have spent hours and hours and hours in this process. That was started under Township Manager Joe Diarco, even before the tenure of our current Township Manager and Mr. O'Sullivan. And I know there's been a lot of time spent, a lot of research, a lot of deliberations. I think one important thing that we really didn't get into tonight, but due to the timing of the meeting, I think this is something, once again, we could post online, is to look at what the original iteration of the building looked like and what, without the council's intervention, this committee started to cut away from the building, right? What requests were versus what are the needs that have been articulated at this point, and then what are those limited want items that have been articulated at this point. That is important to acknowledge and recognize the fact that everybody has been working hard to do this. I can't speak for the entire council, but this is a problem that I think most people in town, and I think most of our council would agree needs to be addressed in some way, that the problem exists, right? The question that faces us at this point is how we address that and what the associated cost and impacts on the community and the taxpayer is. At the same time, it's important to note what the cost and impact on the community and the taxpayer would be of not fixing these issues, whether that be legal liability we face from having inadequate facilities, the potential that a facility could cease to be operational if there's a structural issue, let's say at the Firehouse 2 or something along those lines. And those are items that we have to consider as well in our deliberations as we move forward and not lose sight of that. In many ways, we are on bought time, and we have been on bought time for a while, but eventually that timing changes. If the Department of Corrections no longer grants us waivers for the holding facilities existing at police headquarters, then we can't hold detainees in our facility anymore. And we have lost some additional use at police headquarters, as the township managers brought up in reports. Soon the public will be seeing modular trailers on the front lawn of Town Hall to make up some of that space that is no longer usable within the basement of Town Hall. So there'll be a very public appearance of that need soon. So at this point, the question really is, what will this building look like in the end, or what is our solution in the end? If we choose to move forward with a building, which is not a foregone conclusion. And if we choose to move forward with a building, what does that building look like, and what the impact on the taxpayer is? One of the things that I know the township administration has been working on with our financial analysts is looking at debt that is rolling off as well, to assess the impact of what the project is on the taxpayer, but also if any of the debt is rolling off. One of the associated pieces of constructing a building of this magnitude and cost is that other items and other needs that would incur capital cost might have to be strategically deferred, or have some problem-solving components that relate to that. And I think that's another important thing to do. This is not, I hate to blame past administrations or councils or anything like that, because everybody over the years has made decisions that were in their mind in the best interest of the community at that time. But the consequence of that, all those decision-making processes have been, is that we're now at a point where this issue has come to a head and needs to be addressed in some manner or another. So I think that is important to note. I think it is also important to note that this is a concept plan, and that this plan will be discussed, adapted, changed as we move forward, and that there are a lot of opinions. It's also important to note that because of the fact that we have to borrow money in the form of bonds and notes to finance this building, that 4 council members, so all of the non-conflicted council members, must agree on moving this project forward. Right. And I just confirmed that with the township attorney, even though Essex County Improvement Authority is going to be bonding this in our name, we still need to have our normal 2/3 vote of the entire council, which is 4 members in this case. So this has to be a collaborative approach. We have to make sure that everybody understands and has their questions answered. The public may have noted that I didn't have as many questions as other members of the council. And in part, I just wanted to address that that's not for lack of interest or curiosity, but I've met a lot with department heads to discuss this offline, and also have some background in emergency services from having been a member of a of a fire department in the past. I was not a structural firefighter, but I was a member of a fire department in the past, helping with scene security. I also worked for a police department that had a newer building at that point that was in the 2000s, I think. And I worked in the dispatch of a police department, and the facility that they built back, I think it was built in the late 1990s, has basically the same programmatic elements that the proposal here has as well. So there isn't, a huge amount of change in what the best practice has been in buildings that they were building back then as well. So, but that's one of the reasons why just having a more of understanding of these items, I didn't have as many questions, but am seriously considering every room, the impact, the presentations, and I appreciate the candor and the ability of the council and all of these representatives to discuss this in a matter of fact and problem solving orientation. So those are some comments. I think what we'll have to talk about at the next council meeting, or maybe another one after that, depending on when we get some answers to these questions back, is to come to a timeline. And I think we need to put that out to the public as far as what our timeline for a decision-making process is going to be, as our panelists and our council has put out there. This has been a concept several years in the making. And at this point, we are in the position of making a decision and either moving forward or not moving forward, and how that is conducted. So we do need to have an honest timeline that we put out to the public on those items as well. So just general comments, but really a lot of thank yous, and thank you to the public for staying on and engaged for the last 4 hours. Deputy Mayor McAvoy? You had your hand up before.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to also say thank you to everybody on here. I'm going to reserve my any other questions for the end if I have them, but I really want to hear from the public right now. Thanks.
Councilman McGrath?
I also want to hear from the public. So Mayor, if I can defer my final comments till after public comment, that would be great. They've been waiting a really long time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, I will open for public comment. Will the clerk please read the public participation statement?
I'll defer my comments as well, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see your hand up before, so I didn't call on you.
Mayor, I believe the clerk is having some issues with their microphone.
All right, let me see if I can pull that up.
Can you hear me?
We can now, Jen, go ahead.
Oh, then I do have a mic. I'm sorry. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on any matter, please raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button on your monitor. If you're dialing in by phone, press *9. Once you're recognized, clearly state only your name and township of residence for the record. You're not required to provide your street address. However, if you do, please note that these meeting recordings are public record and addresses will not be redacted for any purpose. You'll have 4 minutes to address the council. There'll be no cross dialogue during this public portion. And after everyone wishing to speak has been heard, the council may address your comments and or questions. And it's open.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have Mrs. French. You are up.
Can you hear me?
We can now. Go ahead.
Hi, Regina French. I am a Verona resident. Went through a lot of emotions listening to this presentation. I am absolutely flabbergasted at how inadequate the police department is. Not the department, the building is. And also the firehouse. I had no idea. I'm embarrassed that these conditions exist for these hardworking men and women. I'm a little angry that this has not been green lighted yet. These brave men and women who put their lives on the line for us, remember 911? If they want a gym, give it to them. If they want a courtyard, give it to them. If the police need a quiet place and the firefighters need a a sleeping room or a room on the first floor, give it to them. Heck, if they want a cotton candy machine and a pony, I say give it to them. I am really, really aggravated that the current conditions exist and that we've waited so long to provide. We need to have this building built tomorrow. And, you know, I kind of resent that we're putting a lot on the police and firefighters to kind of justify what they need and provide this information, provide that data. What kind of revenue can you bring in? They don't exist to bring in revenue. They exist to serve us in ways that we cannot do for ourselves. And I really feel this is the perfect opportunity to show them our gratitude in a real and tangible way, how much we appreciate them. And, you know, in closing, I say, let's take care of those who take care of us. And I have a question for Council. I don't know if you're taking questions, but I'll make it more of a comment. Councilwoman Cynthia Holland and Councilwoman McGrath. I don't know who these people you're speaking to, but I'm also talking to residents, and a lot of people are in favor of this and don't know what the holdup is. Was there some kind of a survey sent out? I didn't receive one, but I think if you're gonna, you know, bring up concerns of people in the town, I think there needs to be something more formal, like a survey, or at least present both points of view. That you must have also spoken to people, I would hope, that were in favor of this proposal. That is all I have to say at this time.
Thank you, Mrs. French. Just to clarify, if members of the public have questions, you can ask questions. We just do not do a cross dialogue. So we'll take all questions well, we may answer all questions at the end of all public comment. Moving on to Mr. Trapani.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Zachary Trapani. I live in town. There is a lot. I work in construction. I work as a specialized consultant for high-value projects. My job is often to come in once projects have gone wrong and fix them. There are a lot of irregularities going on right now with this project in town, and they all frankly scare me. Many of these I brought up a year ago. I actually sent an email to every council member, of which no response was received. But for starters, when we hire someone for a project, be it an architect, a contractor, anyone like that, we first vet them with experience. And we're typically looking for someone who has completed a similar project in the past 5 years at approximately 80% of the expected value. Looking at the current architecture firm's portfolio, I see nothing even like that. I heard talk of a project at another firm years ago. That's really concerning. And that brings me to another point in that generally, once you start a project like this, as an individual or a municipality, you start with a development consultant. You hire someone to tell you what to do first before you start hiring architects and engineers just to get you on the right ball. And it sounds like we kind of went straight to hiring an architect to design a building for properties that were purchased with what it sounds to me like no due diligence. And by due diligence on purchasing a property for development, generally you purchase that property contingent on what's called a phase 1 exploration. Phase 1 exploration means that you would go in on contract of the property, you don't own it yet, to explore that the property meets environmental issues. Soil density is checked. That way you know that we can even design a building this big to go there. Things like water table issues, all of these other things. It sounds like none of this has actually been done yet, and if it has, please make that available. Additionally, we're also basing the design of this building on the property on, was a civil engineer even engaged, designed a turn radius for a fire engine? That's a big truck. You've got to move things in and out of there. We're kind of just making it up as we go right now, and we just spent 4 hours discussing bathroom details, but we don't even have a site plan. This is really, really irregular. I want to make sure everyone understands that, and you guys are walking into a hornet's nest. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trapani. Fred? We have Fred. I'm guessing that's Fred Good.
Can you hear me?
We can, Fred, go ahead.
Hey, thank you for, first of all, thank you for putting this together and thank you for all the emergency services. And I'll start by saying I truly do support providing them with whatever they need. And, you know, some of the things that in the last year and a half that have come up and I've just been curious about, you know, first of all, the Cedar Grove Firehouse, the North End Firehouse was built for $3.8 million. And I'm just curious why we couldn't build something similar to that on the Pompton Avenue lot. The other thing that came up at the June 23rd meeting was the use of the Lakeside lot for a police station. It's the center of town. It's a flat lot. We have heard that we are really in a critical need to do something with the police station. So I'd expect that the work that would need to be done on that lot to develop it into a viable police station would be less than the work that needs to be done on Pompton Avenue for a larger footprint project. I also think that I'd like to know what the cost overruns have been on the last 4 projects that the town is engaged in. So we have some idea of what we would also be expecting if this does go over, which it probably will. Also, have you ever had any thought about taking the firehouse and turning it facing Pompton Avenue and making it a 1-story building as opposed to a 2-story? And what would that do to the cost? And also, I would like to know what the life expectancy is for the building. What other bonds do we have coming due that might also affect the taxes? And also, the tax increase for this building, is that on top of what our normal 2% tax increase will be? And that pretty much are all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Good. We have somebody that's just labeled iPhone, so if you could, Frank, if you could stop sharing your screen, that would be helpful, just so we can, there you go. All right, iPhone, go ahead.
Do you hear me?
We can, if you just tell us who you are.
Oh, John Galiffi, I live in Verona. I'm just a question. The last proposal, when it was 51 million and this one for 39 million, the 51 million had a 20 million grant fundraising, whatever the other heading was to offset the cost. This one, when they sent the new plans out, it shows 0 there. That's my first question. So you're saying it's all going to be funded by the town? There's no grants, fundraising, any offset of money for the cost? And the question I had is, we eliminated, it looked like, from what I could see, the rescue squad, but between the fire and the police, the square footage went up on each of the 2 locations, the police and the fire department. So those are my questions. A lot of other questions concerns have been asked by the council members and what they're requesting and stuff like that. I had a hard time getting on. I was knocked on and off, and finally was able to get into the Zoom where I could see and hear you as everybody was speaking. So those are the questions I have. The questions about the offsetting of the fund raising from because in the first one, the cost per month was $21 when it was 51 million. This one, it's costing 39 million and it went up to $29. So we went down in price, but we went up in cost, but partly I could see because there was nothing listed as grant fundraising or whatever the other category was that was listed. So that's really what I was curious about.
Thank you for your comments. Any other members of the public wish to raise questions or comments? Okay, at this time, I will close public comment. To respond to a couple of these things, Mrs. French, thank you for your comments on supporting our first responders. I take that to heart, certainly as well, and I thank you for bringing that up. To Mr. Trapani, I think your concerns would be best addressed by our township administration. And on those items, what I can tell you is that there were many properties, and this goes to Mr. Good's question as well. There were many properties that were put forth for this project and were analyzed. Our experts did look at them to determine what sites would be suitable. As you know, real estate in Verona is very limited as far as available sites, and that's one of the challenges that we face unless the government were to invoke eminent domain, which is not something I tend to be in favor of. So we are limited in our number of items. We're limited. We can't really build a building in the center on Bloomfield Avenue because we have some zoning pieces there where we have zoned for affordable housing and things like that. So, and a lot of people brought that up as well. We even went as far as analyzing the existing municipal building, that if we moved all of our municipal offices out of the building and just had that building be a police station, would that meet the programmatic needs? And the answer was no to that as well. And as far as the sites and things like that, I will pass it on to our township manager to answer that and some of the other comments as well. To Mr. Good's point, to the $3.8 million the firehouse, the North End Firehouse, Cedar Grove, that was built on an existing lot. So the site work was significantly lower than what the site work would be for here. And some of the foundational items and things like that were used, the existing parking lots and things like that. I think it's important to note that you had brought up if we could do a $3.8 million firehouse here, and then that would suggest that there wouldn't be a police station here. And I understand that was your point. There had been some comments about the Lakeside lot. Deputy Mayor McAvoy has brought this up on a couple of occasions. We had some analysis done of the Lakeside lot as a site for this, and it wasn't optimal. I mean, you couldn't put both buildings there. It wouldn't make sense to put the firehouse there based on its location anyway. And that the lot isn't as big as it might appear. So that's another piece going on there as well. But it was considered. I don't want you to think that it wasn't. That was one of the places we looked at first on that item. And the township does own the lot and did receive $1 million in funding for construction of that into a parking facility to help move some of the permit parking and EV parking and things like that from municipal lot 1 over there to have more downtown parking, which has been a major concern in this town for as long as I've lived here. As far as your point on the bonds, what the life of the bonds are, that's something that I did bring up in my comments, and I think that is information that the township manager has been working on providing with our financial experts as far as what that looks like. And the increase, to your point, is yes, that would be above and beyond what that budget year's increase is in each of the 30 years of the bond. So that is something significant as well to look at on that item. I would analyze the impact on your taxes very similarly to some of the larger school referenda that have been pretty similar in size to this, going back to 2006. And then again, and can't remember the exact date, but I think the 2000 at least one of them was close to $35 million even at that point. And those would have similar tax impacts as this question would as well. John, going to your point on the grant and the fundraising, one of the comments we got, the council hadn't seen the presentation before it went out, when it was put as a $51 million building and then minus $20 million in fundraising. And we actually took exception to that and didn't include that in, because that is not money that was guaranteed for the project, right? We wanted to be straightforward and transparent with the public that this is how much this is going to cost. That being said, the township administration has been working on fundraising efforts. I'll let the manager go into that as well. There have been movements for sponsorship. We have also applied for congressionally directed spending, which is, earmarks on the congressional level, and their applications in with all three of our members of our congressional delegation in Senator Kim, Senator Booker, and Congresswoman McIver to get some federal funding on that site. But of course, that's not guaranteed, but they are pushing the projects through, and that would decrease this building in the overall cost. But we just can't guarantee that at this point. So I don't want to make any promises as far as being able to offset the cost using congressional directed spending. And we've also brought the same issue up to state legislators through meetings and walkthroughs, to the governor's office, and have been, I've been trying on those ends as well. And that's an effort that continues as far as trying to offset any of these costs. Some other things that we might note when we're looking at cost offset, to your points, is that if any of these rooms can either reduce maintenance costs or reduce what we have to pay for offsite training, reduce operational costs and things like that, that does help to offset some of the cost of the building as well. And those are things that we're looking at. So when you hear the presentation, there has been some effort by the committee to find ways of making this a revenue generating property in addition to it being a standard police headquarters firehouse. And that's important as well. And those are using spaces that would already be part of the programmatic desires of those departments. So there are attempts at that. And I think the council's cognizant of the cost and is, and I know I'm hoping that our legislative representatives are able to come back with some funding. There have been some projects in the past that have gotten congressional directed spending for this. And we're hoping that that comes through as well. But once again, I'll yield to the township manager for any other comments on any of those items. Kevin.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. To go back to some of the earlier comments, I know early on in the process, some of the first steps at the beginning of the assessment or the analysis of the project included the engagement of site engineers who were tasked with performing freshwater wetlands delineation, flood hazard verifications. They did some geotechnical analysis. There was a good deal of environmental assessment with a full scope, a full engineer that was brought in to assess any limitations or any conditions that would be flagged on the sites that were acquired. Additionally, the site engineer that's been working with the architect has run turning radius analyses based upon the sizes of the vehicles and the proposed layout of the site. So there's certainly been good engagement between both the architect and the site and different site engineers who specialize in the different elements that they'd be asked to partake in. Again, to your point, I'll reiterate some of the notes that you had made, but by comparison, that Cedar Grove's firehouse, it certainly is a much smaller site. They built on a smaller site. I think they're limited in what they're able to build there and limited in the program space that they're able to afford their firefighters. And I think it may not be a straight apples to apples comparison on what we're looking at with this building, where you're looking at two combined buildings where the building cost is $25 million. I think the cost of construction for that site is exclusive of some of those other miscellaneous estimated costs that Frank has included in his estimate. As for the Lakeside lot, again, I know we've looked at even just program space for the police department only. The site is probably smaller than people realize because it is flanked by residential properties on two sides, in addition to having some sloping issues on the front of the site and the rear of the site. So the actual buildable land or the flat portion of that site is a little bit more limiting than what might first appear at first glance. So for that reason, when it was assessed, the construction of a police department alone was was not able to fit on that site. And even if you could somehow find a way to fit the police department onto that space, it leaves absolutely no parking for police vehicles or employees as well. We have put together some analyses in some of the previous presentations as far as the bonds go, and comparison of this debt impact as opposed to how it layers with some of the existing debt that's structured to be retired in the upcoming years. For the purposes of this discussion, we've not taken that into consideration. I think there was some concern that it was presenting it as an overly positive approach on the financial impacts. We certainly can review those numbers, resurface that discussion, and present some materials that reflect what this project, how it would layer on with the existing debt when you see some existing debt coming off the books in the coming years, and then also trying to figure out and anticipate what an anticipated capital budget might look like on an average year moving forward. We'll certainly update those analyses. And then to your point, administration is continuing to look at any grant opportunity that might exist. I know the congressionally directed spending applications is the biggest chunk. We have submitted an application for $5 million in funding, and it has advanced to the congressionally directed spending subcommittee levels. Again, those are competitive grants. We will continue to pursue other grants. There are smaller grants available at state levels. If there's implementation of shared services, there is an opportunity for other grant opportunities. We'll continue to pursue those. Those grants would be separate from any revenue received through the shared services as well. And with the construction of this facility, the township would have the ability to sell the firehouse property, and there would be revenue generated as a result of the sale, and then there would be a property that would be returned to the tax rolls. So there are a number of financial impacts that help soften the total cost and the total debt service that would be incurred through this project. We've eliminated those from the discussion to say that what the actual cost of the project is and what the direct impact is if none of those were to come to fruition, because that was one of the concerns in some of the previous presentations. I think it's also important to note that the estimates that Frank has provided, those are all construction projects that are subject to public bidding. The whole purpose of public bidding is to get competitive construction costs and have an award made to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. It is not the cost that Frank is providing is not an absolute. When the project goes out to bid and we see where the construction industry has priced this, we will see if there are any additional savings to be had once we've gone through that public bidding process as well. And then I think Frank might be best be able to address the police and fire square footage in comparison to what the original plans called for. I think that it directly correlates to some of the shared services that were being distributed across three facilities, or three program spaces were now distributed across two. But I'll ask Frank to maybe provide a comment on that.
Yeah, there's two differences in terms of the cost or the square footages that they might be looking at. And first is with the elimination of EMS, there were spaces that moved to either the police or the fire. The second part is when we start looking at allocations of square footages for per capita calculations, it requires that we take common areas and shared areas and divide them amongst the two hosts, so police and fire. So their net square footage, or their actual square footage of just police and fire, went up in those calculations. So if you're looking at them in those calculations, they also include a percentage based on how much space they occupy in the building of the common and shared areas to come up with those calculations. So it makes police look bigger and it makes fire look bigger, but it's only because it's part of, they're including shared and common spaces.
Thank you, Mr. Messineo. Any other council members have any comments to respond to public comment? I do see one additional public comment hand. Does anybody on the council want to open public comment again? I don't see any movement in that direction. Do any members of the council have any closing comments at this point or discussion items to bring up? Councilman McGrath.
Thank you. I just really quickly, I do want to thank everyone today. This was a really long meeting, but it actually was really helpful, and I'm looking forward for the public to review this recording, probably in chunks. But it really went through a lot of the detail. We have been getting a lot of written feedback from the public and have had a lot of conversations over the course of the last year plus on this building. As the public recalls, there was a huge public meeting on this building at the end of June. And so we as council members, since we're out and about in the community, we are getting a lot of verbal feedback, but we always encourage residents to put their feedback in writing. There's a convenient form on the website where feedback can be sent to all of us. So if you're watching this on the replay, please send using that form. It goes to all 5 of us. I am disappointed and have been disappointed that these key meetings are happening in the summer and that this meeting was not promoted as in advance as I think it could have been, since we set this meeting date by the early July. We really need the public's engagement on this. I thank everyone who toughed it out tonight for as long as you did. My comments are clear. For the last over a year, this building has partially been sold that the cost would be reduced with shared services. I asked for analyses from the very beginning. This is the time to provide them. I'm really looking, I'm a data-driven person. The public is asking for it, and we need to be transparent. The mayor mentioned that our town attorney, Mr. Aloya, gave him advice and counsel, which we actually all asked for, on how many votes were needed on this project and what the voting process would be. I am interested in seeing that. I do continue to have concerns at Mayor, since as you have a role in the OEM department, as you have your own consulting firm, Representation Solutions, that's involved in PBA work. If we do need 4 votes, we really just need to make sure that we understand the recusal process. And I do want to say that Councilman Roman recusing himself from this discussion was something that I was concerned about. So it's good that that actually happened. I still have some outstanding concerns. So Mr. Aloy, I hope you can send some notes to the entire council on this. And I think I look forward, not at our next meeting on Monday, but at a future meeting when we have a chance to really digest this conversation, that we do have that council discussion on priorities with this building, because there is a lot going on that would be great for first responders, but we're hearing a lot from the public, but we need the public to have a chance to really weigh in. A lot of people are on vacation, and so we need to give them a little bit of time. So I hope by early September we can discuss this in the future. And again, my thoughts are really about continuous use. This building is actually, I calculated, maybe 3 to 4% smaller than what we saw in June because of some efficiencies. I think we can go a little bit further. So I appreciate Mr. Messineo and everyone for all of their hard work tonight. Long meeting, but necessary. And I really look forward to future efficient conversations on this building. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take a minute to address something that Councilman McGrath brought up. Councilman McGrath suggested that I might have a conflict of interest. That's not the case. Our township attorney, though I don't have to disclose this, our township attorney has provided me with a extensive written opinion that I do not have a conflict, as I suggested prior. I do want to address, apparently, I appreciate Councilwoman McGrath being so interested in my upstart consulting firm, and Councilman Holland as well. So yes, I have worked with the Township Emergency Management. I get no more benefit from this building than anybody else does. The local government ethics law denotes a conflict of interest if you have a personal or financial benefit from this building. I have neither one. And further, if any benefit anybody gets from voting on something is the same as any other benefit anybody gets, that's Section I of the local government ethics law, which specifically states that that is not a conflict. So for instance, Councilman Holland and Councilman McGrath vote on the pool membership fees. And despite being family pool members, because they get no particular financial benefit over that, despite being users of that utility, which the other three council members are not. So that's just one of those circumstances. The same idea if all of us drive on township roads, and if we set the speed limit, one could argue that we shouldn't be able to vote on the speed limits because we might use a road. So the local finance board has had extensive opinions, as well as courts, on these items. And one of the recurring themes that they bring up would be that if you conflicted everybody and everything, you would have nobody with expertise making any decisions, right? So I do appreciate that. Just for the public certification, Councilman McGrath said I have business with the PBA, and I want to point out that I do not have any business with the Verona PBA Local 72, nor do I have any current PBA clients. And I appreciate your concern about my business, and I appreciate you visiting my website and reading the information about that. And I know Councilman McGrath or Councilman Holland had emailed me prior, and I responded to her. And of course, if you had called me or emailed me, I would have shared the same information with you. But once again, I don't have a conflict on this property, and quite a few people have thanked me for being able to bring my expertise into this and demonstrate my understanding, as evidenced by the background we have here. So I did want to respond to that and point out that you would not see another member of you wouldn't see me make a public comment about another council member's conflict, as council members should be aware of doing that on their own. And the council members have the responsibility in their own ethics to be able to make those decisions, as Councilman Roman did and as I did. But I do want the public to know that despite having no clear conflict at all, I did suggest a legal opinion, and I would have been bound by that opinion either way. So, but once again, I do appreciate your comments and your interest in my business affairs. Anybody, other council members have any comments? Councilwoman Holland.
I want to reiterate some of the comments that I had made earlier at both the June meeting and the July 10th meeting. I do think that it's unfortunate to have these lengthy conversations about such an important facility and such a significant expenditure in the middle of the summer. I do think that we get less public engagement as a result. And so I do encourage us to have further conversations into the fall, so that we can have robust public engagement in this. I do appreciate those who hung on the line this evening and those who have sent their written comments. And yes, I did endeavor as best I could to bring those into this discussion this evening. So again, I really want to thank those residents who've spoken to me separately. I was disappointed that I didn't get some of the information that I had requested over a month ago, and on prior occasions. And so I'm looking forward to receiving that subsequent to this meeting. I do want to spend more time with the presentation that we only received minutes before the meeting, but I do appreciate the conversation. And I do just really want to reiterate the fact that I am so grateful to live in a community with such an outstanding police force and such a great volunteer fire department. It is genuinely a pleasure to meet with each of you. And this was a very positive discussion. So we're well over 4 hours now. But this, I think, has been very, very productive. So thank you so much for taking that time.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McAvoy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick thank you to everybody who stuck it out and stayed online here, and especially to those who commented, and thank everybody else on this panel for all of your time and all your effort you put into Verona and sitting with us tonight and putting up with all this. So thanks a lot, and I hope we can rectify this and come to an agreement as soon as possible. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All right, at this time, I will call for a motion to dissolve the Committee of the Whole. So I'll just make the motion to dissolve the Committee of the Whole. Is there a second? Well, we could just sit here if nobody seconds that motion. Thank you, Captain Wardrobe. I wish I could recognize you. Thank you, Councilman McGrath.
Seconded it, but I'll second it.
I can always count on Captain Wardrobe to have my back. So this is a non-discussable motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. We can't see Councilman Holland, but the motion carries regardless. Mr. Township Manager, Mr. O'Sullivan, there's one item I brought up for executive session, but given the time, perhaps we could just talk about that on Monday.
I agree. I think we could talk about it on Monday as well.
I don't think there's necessarily an emergent need on that item.
Happy birthday, Councilwoman Holland. Happy birthday.
Birthday.
Happy birthday, Councilwoman Holland.
Happy birthday, and thank you.
That's why I was off camera. So, but I did raise my hand.
Thank you for all the members of the public who joined us, and I appreciate everybody's comments that the meeting was a success and being able to hash out these details and really get information. For the public, the council can only deliberate together when we are doing so in public, to have all of us. So sometimes these things take a little while, but this is how we have to meet. And we're glad that you can join us for this journey. So at this point, would anybody like to make a motion?
So moved. Motion closed.
The Deputy Mayor moves to adjourn. Is there a second?
All
right. All those in favor, please log off of Zoom. All those opposed can stay. Have a wonderful evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.